Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Well, hey, man. Here we are. We've come total 360 on 420 day.
Are you high?
Cool.
Or out, man.
I didn't even think about the date.
No, high is more like this.
Well,
we all know. We all know. Curtis,
Cool.
we all know Curtis is high because he definitely smokes a lot.
Yeah.
So, welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 360. Today, we're going to have Thom Cherryhomes from FujiNet to tell us all the stuff we got wrong last week.
Awesome. It's going to be a long show, folks.
Right.
So, let's see who we got on the panel today. Top right corner, yours truly. Next over, Mark Oberhoser
Wow, I'm number 2. Glad to be here.
and Rick Euland
Howdy, folks.
and Michael.
Hey, and Diane, I'll be here a little bit later.
Okay. And we got Ron Delvo.
CoCoNation West is high.
Okay. And Grant Leedy.
Hello, everybody.
Okay. Sloopy Malibu.
Greetings.
And Frederick Sigard.
Hello, hello.
And on the bottom row, we got Henry Gernhard.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today we're going to be hearing from Thom Cherryhomes. I'm excited.
Yeah, except he's over on the other side.
There we go.
All right. Next over, Thom Cherryhome.
Thank you. Very glad to be here.
Okay. And we got Bob Emery.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome, folks.
And
know Mike,
L
right?
Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
And let's see, in the chat, scroll up here. We got Kevin Holloway, Tim Franklin, Marco, Sixy, Michael Ziffwell. Sorry. Exile in Paradise. Let's see, Jim Ryan, Cat Don't You Dare.
I never heard of that one before.
No, I might have to. You get away.
Decat the cat.
Let's see, David Croker, Julian Brown, Eric Rangel. Let's see, Tom Eric Gunderson, Mark Siegel, and who else? Sloopy. All right, that's the panel introductions. So first up today, we've got Thom Cherryhomes to talk about FujiNet. Take it away, Tom.
Hey guys. So I listened to your podcast last week and you guys started talking about FujiNet, and I had to kind of compose myself and think, okay, there were some things that needed to be corrected. So let's actually take and start from the beginning here as to what FujiNet actually is. FujiNet is an 8-bit network adapter. Well, what does that mean in the context of an 8-bit machine, really? Well, that means that it has, among other things, virtual disk. So you can take and load software from the internet or from local storage. Either way, it's interchangeable. You also have the ability to do a virtual printer. So you can take and print to a number of different printer emulations, ranging from Epson MX80 all the way up to like an Okimate 10 color printer or whatever. It rasterizes out to a PDF. You print on a modern printer. Robert, your father's brother. It also has a Wi-Fi modem that's also present that can be used with communications programs to dial BBSs. And it also has a fully featured network adapter that is implemented in a very high level fashion. That is basically that you have a whole stack of different protocol adapters to connect to a whole bunch of different protocols. And the FujiNet does all the heavy lifting to take and convert those complex protocols into something that the target system can actually use. So you have protocols like TCP, UDP, telnet, FTP, the usual suspects there. But because you have this FujiNet that has this high-powered microcontroller, ironically many times faster than the host machine itself, you have the ability to do TLS and SSL. You also have the ability to assign channel modes to the channels that you open, so you can send something off to the XML parser or to the JSON parser, so you can split things apart and query for the bits and pieces of information that you actually need, and do all of this over modern internet endpoints. So it means if we want to take and make an adapter to talk to Google Drive, we can. If we want to make a channel mode to do things through Google OAuth, we can. We have the space in the firmware to be able to do so. And all of this is ultimately connected to a bus that gives us the ability to connect to a wide variety of different systems. We started out on the Atari 8-bit machines. Then we moved over to the Coleco Atom. Then we took and moved over to, we did a quick one for the Atari Lynx just to prove that we could do them for game consoles as well. Then we did one for the Apple II and the Commodore 64, all the Commodore IEC machines. And we've been slowly taking and working our way up and bringing up all these machines. And the most recent set of bring-ups that we've done have been the Macintosh 68,000 machines, as well as the TRS-80 color computer. In the context of the TRS-80 color computer, we decided to take and build on top of the existing drivewire protocol and add our own little sets of commands to implement what we needed for both the FujiNet control device and the network card. So all of this combines together in a very easy to use device. For the color computer, it plugs into the cartridge port. You plug it into the cartridge port and you turn on the CoCo and you're off and running. All of this in a device that's roughly about $80. Average $80, 80 depends. So, component shortages notwithstanding. So with that, I'm actually going to take and turn on my video feed here, which will go to my capture device. And I'll start demonstrating just a couple of things that the CoCo version of this guy can do. I'm going to move my mic over here so we can get to it. Okay. And turn on my display so I can see what I'm doing. And the first thing I'm actually going to do is I've got my FujiNet cartridge plugged in, ready to go. All I have to do is basically turn the dang thing on. And the first thing it will try to do is it will bootstrap. Are you guys seeing that the right way around, by the way?
Yeah, loading FujiNet config.
Okay. And since this guy is the first time this guy's being configured here, I wiped everything just before I started here. So we're going through the entire process of everything that the user will first see when they bring this guy up.
What's the top line say?
Welcome to FujiNet. Oh, it's being
it's being cropped a little bit. I was just checking it on the stream. It did that there too. So.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so the second line there, it just happens to be the MAC address for this particular device, which can be helpful if you're having to take and configure your router to only allow certain devices on the network. So I'm going to go ahead and pick my home network here. I'm going to enter in my password.
Full screen, please.
Okay.
Request from the audience.
We'll try that.
Sorry. Is there something I need to do on my end?
No, it was on my end.
Okay. Okay.
Although on the stream, it is cut off the very top and very bottom line.
Right, we're double cropped. So
Yeah.
you're missing half of the top and bottom line, and we're missing the whole top and bottom line.
Okay.
So,
I'm not sure that there's much I can do on my end here.
Yeah,
So I'll try to take and compensate as best I can.
information.
From what
for-
I've seen, it has to do with your upscaler or adapter. It doesn't.
Yes.
It's not the
Right,
same
right.
ratio. It's not matching up with the device's output ratio.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing right here is it's asking me for my network password, which I've already entered here. I press enter. And it will attempt to connect to my home network. Once it's there, the Wi-Fi light will light up and we will find ourselves on the host slot screen. Host slots are basically where you select something to be able to be mounted. So into one of these disk devices. Now, a host slot can be, for example, we can go ahead and edit one of these host slots right here with the E key here. we can make one of these host slots the SD card slot. And if we select it, anything that's on my SD card will take and display in the directory. But we can also put host names. Like I will go ahead and put one to my local file server right here. But I can also add one to internet services as well. All we have to do to actually take and mount something is to select one of these host slots. Press the Enter key, and we're presented with a directory starting at the root directory of the file server that we chose right here. We can come down, we can select a particular directory, and we can navigate through the directory.
So this is being pulled off of the Errata Online server.
Yes, this is being pulled directly off of the apps.errata.online server here.
So it's not local to you.
It is not local to me at all. And it looks like I'm being hit with demo gremlins here. I apologize. We'll try to take and work through this as best we can. Okay. This guy's acting a little funny. What's going on here? Wow. Okay.
It's a demo.
It's
It's
a
a demo.
demo.
It's a demo.
Demo.
I'll be experiencing this myself in 2 hours.
Take
Now,
the card out, put it back in.
Now, at any time, if we're in basic, whatever, and we want to take and go back into FujiNet config, we can hit the reset button on the FujiNet and we can type DOS to go back into the configuration program. There is also a web-based UI as well, so you can do all of this in the background without having to reset. Because this is my development board and because I've wiped out the firmware here, it's not saving my network preferences, but I did this specifically for the demonstration. Let's try that again.
So normally you could have it set up so it would remember your password and just automatically log on to your network if
Yes.
it's one that's already there.
Yes, yes. I deliberately turned that off here so I could go through the whole process of setting up the network and everything. I wasn't expecting to do it twice. So I'll go ahead and just put my file server here. And again. And we will try that one more time. Here we go. So now we've got right here on apps.errata.online, I actually did take and do a mirroring of the CoCo archive over here just so we could have some software to be able to load from it. And I made a little testing folder down here just so we can have a few files that we can go through. I'll pick Dragonfire here. Select it. Okay, great. Place it in which drive slot? 0, 1, 2, or 3. Well, I'm going to place it in drive 0 here. And we have the option when we take and place something into a device slot, whether we want to take and mount it read only, or whether we want to mount it read write. For the sake of sheer courtesy, since we're doing this on a public server, I'm mounting it read only. In a few moments, it takes and mounts it, and we come back here so we have the opportunity to take and mount other things into other slots as well.
So is that the DriveWire drives, or is that
Yeah, those are basically, those correspond to the system devices 0 through 3. You'll see in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and press the break key to get out of here. It takes us back to the host screen here. The left and the right keys basically switch between the host slots and the drive slot screen. So you can see that we have something mounted from host slot 2 in drive 0. That's Dragonfire right here. If we hit the back arrow here, we come back to the host slot screen. At this point, we can also check network configuration if we need to by pressing C. You can see ultimately what IP address it gave you, what version of the firmware it gave you, your MAC address, firmware, etc. You also have the opportunity to change your SSID here if you want to bounce to another network or to reconnect if you need to do it manually for some reason. Press key. And at this point, we're done doing everything that we need to with config here. We will take and press the break key. At which point, Dragonfire is now mounted in drive 0. And if I give a directory, we'll see that there's Dragonfire right there. And if I take and run it, It is now streaming Dragonfire directly off block by block from the internet directly to the CoCo. And more importantly, this is happening without some sort of a drivewire tether. So that's the simplest possible use case right there.
Cool.
We'll go ahead and I will tap the reset here. And we'll bounce back in. I will have to enter my password again. In retrospect, I probably could have turned this off, but I really wanted to show them the whole process here.
Eric Rangel in the chat is asking, does the CoCo version of FujiNet, the actual hardware card, does it have an SD card slot as well?
Yes, it does. And in fact, if you put, like I said before, if you take and name one of your host slots SD, it will read from it. This particular board right here doesn't have my SD card slot on here, so there's nothing to show there, but that's literally how it works. All of the production units will have the SD card slot, and the prototype that I sent up with Henry has the SD card slot. This guy went before that. So anyway, yeah, we'll take and go ahead now. And I'll load some of the other demonstration applications.
Well, when you have an SD card, how do you browse through the content?
Exactly the same way that I'm doing here. The only difference is that you're instead of selecting a host slot that has a remote host name, you're selecting the host slot that has the SD. You're selecting that one. The process is exactly the same.
Yeah, because then it'll list the images and stuff that are on there, and you can go through directories, et cetera, just like you're doing here on the network.
Correct. It works exactly the same way. So I'll go ahead now and show some of the example demonstration applications. And I've got 3 of them that I've prepared very quickly here. These are all applications that have been written over the course of a day or two. It's very easy to take and write FujiNet applications, and you're working in very high-level terms. You're opening connections, you're closing connections, you're sending control commands down to do certain things. And it's all done in a very high level fashion. So it's very plausible that someone can take and write a whole new application that we never even thought of in the course of a weekend. One of these applications, for example, is the International Space Station tracker.
Now, did you write these in raw assembly language? Did you write them in C or?
I wrote them in C. And all that's happening here, these are all drive wire codes. These are all drive wire calls that are being made into the HDB DOS that's in, into HDB DOS. One of the things that we do need to do is also take and do the necessary infrastructure to make these calls from OS 9 as well. But I'm using exactly the same vectors here. So
you're using CMOC for your compiler.
Yes, I'm using CMOC as my C compiler. Now, what's actually happening here is that this is fetching the current position of the International Space Station, giving us the longitude and latitude variables, and it's grabbing this via a web service endpoint that spits out JSON. The FujiNet points to it, fetches the JSON, sends it through the JSON parser, and then we query for the longitude, latitude, and the timestamp. And we take those values and plot them here on the screen right here. Very simple, very straightforward. And it updates every 60 seconds or so.
Okay.
And that's one. Give me just a moment.
So what language you write apps for this in, it doesn't really matter as long as you're using the drivewire protocol stuff underneath, correct?
That is exactly right. So you can write applications in whatever language you wish. You're just making drivewire calls to DW read, DW write, basically, at the end of the day.
And are you using drivewire 3 or drivewire 4 protocol?
We have implemented currently on top of drivewire 3 and just added and added the opcodes that we needed to be able to support the FujiNet control device and the FujiNet network device.
Okay. Have you been working with Boisy on that too then? Since he's kind of the originator?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Boisy has been very indispensable in helping us get bootstrapped onto the CoCo as quickly as we possibly could. The next application here is an example here that pulls the latest post from Mastodon.
And explain what Mastodon is.
Mastodon is essentially a federated network, like it's Twitter, but people can run their own servers, and it works in a way very similar to Twitter. And basically, you can have different federated network servers that can connect and pass posts back and forth between each other. In this case, the reason that we did it this way is because Mastodon, unlike Twitter, actually has a public API that you don't have to pay oodles and oodles of money and microtransaction prices for. So it was possible for us to directly connect to Mastodon and use their public API to fetch the latest post. And this was done in roughly about 30 lines of code. And it will take and refresh every 60 seconds or so. So you can see it's very easy to do these sorts of fetch and process applications in very short order. I'm going to go ahead so we don't have to take and go through the process of going through here. I'm actually going to use the web interface real quick to mount the third disk. And if you go, matter of fact, if I wonder if I can actually get away with doing this. Let's see if it will let me do this. Where are you? Fujinet. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay. So if you go to the host name of your Fujinet, you actually have a web-based UI that you can use to also control all of the aspects of the Fujinet itself. And in this case, you can do all the functions that you would normally do in config, but also do them from the WebUI. We're going to click on the app's host name here and go into the CoCo folder again, go into the FujiNet folder again, and this time I'm going to mount the newsreader here. News, read, write, that sort of thing here. We'll take and mount it read only. Okay, that operation is successful, and I'm going to kill the share. Come back to video display here. I'll tap the reset here. And if I do a directory here, you'll see that my disk has actually changed, and now we're looking at news. And this is the newsreader here. This uses a news aggregator that we basically put together that pulls together news from a whole bunch of different sources. But we did this as kind of as a more complex example. You have ability to take and select topics, select a topic. You've got a number of news articles that you can thumb through. We select something, and it starts to format and output the news page by page here. You can, of course, take and press info to get the metadata that's pulled down, such as the date it was posted and the source that it's coming from, and just thumb through the news.
This reminds me of CompuServe back in the day.
Yeah. And sure, absolutely, after a fashion. So these are just simple examples, and all of these particular examples are actually available in our GitHub repository. This is in the FujiNet apps repository. So you can thumb through them, you can see how the calls are actually made, and you can use these as bases for new FujiNet applications. Finally, I'll I'll finish up the last bit of demonstration here with one last demonstration. And again, I'll use my WebUI here to take and switch something out real quick.
I was just going to ask you, is everything that the WebUI has for configuring FujiNet, is that also available from the local host? You can set it from there too if you wanted to?
Yes.
Or is there some stuff that's restricted to just the WebUI?
No, it's everything that's accessible from config is also accessible through the WebUI. That's kind of the point. You can both are there. And in the case of the WebUI is actually where you pick up your printouts that you pull in through the virtual printer as well.
Okay.
So so actually I didn't add a deal so give me just a second. We'll do this one last time.
Eric Rangel in the chat says you should send this to the CoCo speech synthesizer because it has a notoriously bad speech for the newsreader.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we actually do have a built-in implementation of the SAM speech synthesizer that if the host target has an audio output pin that we can output to, you can control the speech synthesizer that's kind of crammed inside of the FujiNet as well for this purpose.
So it's a 1-bit sound source?
It's an 8-bit DAC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we have a 6-bit DAC on the CoCo. So
it's an 8-bit DAC.
The software automatic mouth. Eh?
Yes, exactly. Written by Mark Barton. Absolutely. So if I take, this is just kind of some examples here. We'll do netcat. And netcat is another example of a simple little terminal-like application. It's a dumb terminal. And we can take and enter in a network URL here. A network URL corresponds to a device number. If you don't specify a number, it defaults to 0. There are 255 of them. A protocol that we want to use, such as telnet. It could just as easily be as soon as we get as soon as I get the login utilities implemented, you could just as easily do SSH, whatever. Host name ending. And we find ourselves outputting to bbs.foztext. Now, ironically here, this particular host is artificially throttling the amount of information that it's actually spitting out here. So we're going at their speed. Other hosts are much faster. They just blit things out as fast as they come. And as soon as the packets come into the buffer, they get shoved off to the CoCo as fast as they can go. Oh, come on. There we go. That's fine. That's fine.
I assume you can do simple things like pause the text as it's coming in and stuff with a key sequence.
Yes. So now that we've done that, but I can just as easily change the protocol that can be used. And get data from something else. It doesn't really matter because the FujiNet is actually doing all of the translation back and forth and providing a nice clean IO channel for you to be able to deal with. And that can manifest in a number of very interesting ways, such as I'm going to take and go here. Hold on a split second. I'm going to switch disks real quick. One last thing. We'll do a directory, and we have right here a network directory utility right here that I've written as part of the end tools. And we're going to take and grab a network directory off of my local file server here. And this uses the TNFS protocol right here, which is a protocol that we borrowed from the ZX Spectrum community from their SpectraNet interface. It's a very simple file sharing protocol, and the server is available so you can quickly set this up to serve files from your local network very easily. and I'm going to take and do, for the purposes of this, I'm actually going to do a short directory list right here. And what it's actually doing right here is it's given me a list of files on my local file server right here, but it's also taking the time and energy to take and convert each of the files into an 8.3 file name specification, making sure that each one is unique, and you can refer to files through these protocol adapters using these shortened file names, and it will resolve them to their longer file names transparently and automatically. So it makes it very easy to take and move files from the network over to the local machine very easily. But just
Now,
as
is short hard-coded to an 8.3, or can you, like, for example, OS9 Nitrous 9 will allow up to 29 character file name. Would you be able to use that too?
Yes,
or
we
do you...
would be able, yes, we would be able to take an account for that as well.
Okay.
Anything that we, anything that we would be able, there's nothing, we just provide these conventions right here because this is what I have to work with. As we find more conventions, we can take and add them into the firmware to be able to account for them.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and go again, except this time I am going to go to my Windows file share, my public file share inside here on the network. And I'll do a long listing right here. And you can see right here that it is effortlessly, just by changing the protocol that we're using here, also talking with my Windows file server. It could also talk with my NFS file server. It can talk with all of these different protocols, just switching and swapping out the protocol for the appropriate use here. And the goal here for this is to take and implement all of these individual commands for doing things like listing the directory, changing and navigating through the end device using utilities like NCD, so you can move up directory path names and things like that, in copy to copy files, that sort of thing. So it allows you to take and create a modicum of integration into the network outside. And the degree to which we can do that is going to depend upon the participation of those who want to help make the integration be as good as it possibly can be. I have direct access with the DECB. I'm trying to shore that up. We would love help with people to take and add additional commands to DECB so that you can write network applications natively in DECB or in OS9, add drivers for OS9 so you can do file copies from transparently from network sources back to local ones and vice versa. There's a lot that we can do, and there's a whole lot of potential here in this itty bitty little device, and we're only beginning to scratch the surface. And all of this functionality is being exposed systematically to all of these different target machines.
Which means they can interact with each other in the future. Like I think Marco had done a little demo of, I think it was a racing car game or something that you could actually play, say, an Apple versus an Atari or something like that.
Yes, absolutely. 8-bit slicks. And we have what's called the FujiNet lobby. And matter of fact, thank you for mentioning that. I can go off on that for a split second. We will take and bounce over to my bigger desktop here so we can see some things going on here. I'm going to launch. One of the things that we have is what's called FujiNet PC, and it is an implementation of FujiNet that runs on POSIX and Win32. And we use that to bridge with emulators. We have, hold on a second. Oh crap, I killed the phone. Anyway, so we have hold on a moment. I have to take this.
While he's busy, I believe, on the phone. Rick, does this give you a better understanding?
Well, I mean, it's exactly what I thought. It's a great content delivery system for the CoCo, but it's actually a Raspberry Pi project, in my opinion. I mean, it will do a lot more than my project ever will, because he's got a Raspberry Pi to do all of these magic things. And that's good. I mean, this is a great thing. If you want to, go popping around the world on your CoCo, this is a good thing. I just want to play with Ethernet.
I hate to be pedantic, but it's not actually a Raspberry Pi.
It's a
What-
USB 32.
Okay, whatever it is, it's not a 6809 or a 6309. So, it's not what I'm playing with. So it doesn't apply. I mean, we're not competing. They're two different projects completely.
Well, I figure we've had some 20 some odd years of people taking an Ethernet controller, putting it on a card, connecting it to the bus, and then, okay, well, now we've done that. Now we have to write a TCP/IP stack, and doing a TCP/IP stack for a 6809 or a 6502 is quite a tall order, especially if you want to take and implement all of the interesting edge cases.
Well, to just jump in to point out what we're doing, we're in the middle ground. The TCP stack, it's kind of like an IDE controller. The TCP stack runs on the WizNet chip outside of the CoCo, but we have to hand tend all the bits and pieces. We just don't have to do the processing. But there's no SSL. It's not going to do this kind of stuff. If you want to play with Ethernet, I'm your boy. But if you really just if you want content, you're the guy to go to, because you've obviously got a very sophisticated and robust, well thought out system to deliver it.
Yes.
And that's.
I figured there were enough of these particular solutions out there that we needed to take and try to do something different. So, sorry, back to where I was. I apologize. That was actually my wife and daughter asking me what I wanted for lunch. I had to take and get my lunch order.
Well, that's very important, of course.
Well, right, because they can kick you out,
Yes, absolutely. I live in their house. It's their house. I'm just living in it. It's just okay. So, with that said, one of the things that I did here was I booted up an emulated Atari 8-bit machine with an emulated FujiNet, connecting the two together so that they can be used to use the FujiNet inside an emulated environment. Also to take advantage of the many debugging aspects of these wonderful emulators that have all these great debuggers and different things that you can tap into there, which is a great boon for software development. But the reason, But the reason I booted this guy up here was I went in and I booted into config, and this is config for the Atari 8-bit. You can see it pretty much acts similar. We just have the section down here for the lobby. I pressed L for the lobby, and we're going to boot into the game lobby here. Now, it remembered my name here, so it logged me into the lobby so that I can take and select a particular multiplayer game that we want to play here. And the first game that we've brought up here is a game of 5-card stud poker. And we've split it up into several different rooms, each room containing a different number of bots that also play alongside you. We'll take and go into the green room, for example. There's also a chat window down here below that you can take and chat between users before you connect up. Well, we're going to go ahead and connect to this particular game right here. And what it did right there was it sent a FujiNet command to mount that particular game. It got that information from the server, mounted the game, it's streaming the game across and passing along our session information automatically to be able to take and connect to the game in question. And this is what we're hoping to be the underpinning of multiplayer games that will cross all of the platforms. And when I mean all the platforms, I literally mean all of the platforms. We've already done the Atari 8-bit version, the Apple II version, and Commodore versions are almost complete. I started the initial work on the CoCo version of this client as well. And we even did a demonstration and showed it off at VCF East with the Atari 8-bit client playing here, but also playing alongside an Atari 2600 client running on a Plus card, which we're taking and porting over to FujiNet in the meantime as well. So not just computers, but also game consoles. And it looks like someone else has joined the table here too. I wonder, there's Moswald, he just showed up. So you can see these things are happening dynamically and in real time, and it opens up a whole new set of interesting possibilities.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I'll go ahead and quit here so we don't take up too much time.
So for a program like this, like a game, it would be up to the individual host version of the program to designate the graphics. It's not going to be copying graphics back and forth between the
No, it
platforms.
does not. That's part of what makes this rather interesting, because the server itself just passes the game state back and forth, and all of the logic is handled at the server. That makes the clients themselves essentially display terminals.
Okay. Now, is there, I presume there is the ability to have two clients from different platforms talk directly to each other through FujiNet as well.
Yeah,
if somebody did want to implement it that way, it'd be more difficult.
Just open a TCP or UDP socket, done.
Okay.
Yeah, all of that's possible. Any other questions?
Yeah, I think it definitely cleared up some things we were guessing at last week.
So, I mean, there's
our apologies for that, by the way.
Oh, it's okay, and I completely understand. This brings something very new and very different to the table, and it's like understandable, especially for if you take into account the different network connectivity solutions that have come before this. I can completely understand where the misconceptions came from.
Yeah, I do have a question. Like you said, you've been talking with Boisy, and you've done some extensions to the HB DOS drivewire to add a few extra bits that you require for FujiNet. Has Boisy mentioned anything about updating his Nitrous 9 drivers as well? Because that's kind of his baby too.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the things that he's working on. And in order to facilitate that, what he's doing is he's going ahead and making a CoCo target for FujiNet PC so that he can use the FujiNet firmware without needing to build his own board first. So it's running on his target system so you can see everything that goes across. And hopefully what we can do with that, based on that, we can take and make the necessary changes to any of the CoCo emulators to be able to take and accept a connection from FujiNet to do the drivewire communication so that the emulators can leverage it in the same way. And on top of that, what we'll do once all of that's working is we'll fold it into our FujiNet VM, which is our virtual machine that we put together that you can install. There are appliances for VirtualBox or for KVM, etc., so that you can have an entire desktop environment that has all of the different emulators that we support currently, Atari and Apple, hopefully soon CoCo as well, with the FujiNet configured and bridged to it automatically and able to run all of the emulators at the same time. And so this will help deal with not only software development, but also interoperability issues to try and iron them out without needing separate sets of hardware for each one in a lab to be able to test these things.
Okay. Yeah, because Boise's working on that. I mean, I don't have enough knowledge of low-level or even high-level, for that matter, networking systems. But I could definitely help some people with coding. If Boisy gets the drivewire protocol up to snuff for FujiNet, I could help some people do Basic 9 programs or similar language programs under Nitrous 9 to access those.
Excellent. And I have a basic philosophy that I've extended to everything that I work on here. I have limited engineering cycles, but I make infinite time to teach. And that means basically if someone wants to know how something works, I will bend over backwards to make sure that they understand it.
Well, my understanding is that you did multiple rounds of classes at VCF East, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I did 2 classes over 3 days. I also gave 2 talks at VCF East. One of them was FujiNet related, one of them not. I needed a lot of coffee.
Hence my dilemma. My coffee machine didn't work without water today.
So, but I hope you guys can see this is what I'm hoping FujiNet is ultimately going to be here is a type of gravity well, so to speak. in the best meaning possible. We've had all of these different retro computing communities all hacking on their little projects and pouring their heart and soul into all their little projects, but they're off in the corners. And often these different communities don't look over the fence to see what the other people are doing, what other communities are doing. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is to come together, make a deal that will pull people together in the middle to see what everybody else is working on and to try and make something new and interesting together. So this is as much of a social project as it is a technical one.
Yeah, it sounds like interoperability between the platforms is one of your main goals of the whole thing.
Yes, first and foremost, and to try and make it as easy as possible to do something. I mean, one of our initial targets, quite literally, when we were bringing FujiNet up in the first place, it started as a joke. The guy was meaning it as a joke. I took it seriously. He's like, I want to be able to write a 10-line basic. I want to do a 10-line basic contest for a game in FujiNet. Okay, done. And we've already proven that can be done.
Okay. Yeah, it looks really good. It's I definitely want to take a look at some of the programming examples that you guys have done on the HTTP DOS extensions, et cetera, and then maybe some of the low level stuff. I'll talk to Boisy about protocols once he's got that set up and stuff too, and maybe I can incorporate. I've already got some drivewire based versions of EOU, and I am planning on doing some boots later on to support Rick's more low level Ethernet, but I think I will start fiddling with this as well.
Excellent, excellent. And this is, I'm telling you, and the best thing about all of this, we started to see it at FujiNet East. We started to see people come in and go, okay, what's this FujiNet we've been hearing about? We've been hearing about it from all angles here. This sounds freaking awesome. How can we help? And I'm hoping that it's coming across in what we're doing here. We are all having a blast working on this whole thing. Come join the fun.
Hey, Tom, I have a question from Carrie. Are you going to support the TRS-80 Model 1, which should also be the 3 and the 4?
The answer to, are you going to support Platform X, is the same for every case. Yes, we want to. Can you help?
Give us a week.
Can you help out?
Okay. Yes, we really want to. And the way that to elaborate, it's going to depend on one of two factors. A, either somebody coming in and championing that bring up, in which case we take and help everybody that comes in that says, yay, I want to do this. We'll take and make sure that you have all the resources that you need for what you need to do so that you can do the bring up. That's the first thing. Or B, donate some hardware and we'll get to it when we can.
Yeah.
Either way.
Does it help that the Model 1's just another Z80?
Yes, that actually brings up a very good, that's a good point, Patrick. That actually brings up a very good point. Every single bring up that we do gives us a vector onto 10 more machines. So the work that we did, ironically, for the Mac 68K introduced us to the inner workings of the RP2040 microcontroller. And we're going to be using that RP2040 as the front end for every single parallel bus machine that we are going to target, because it can twiddle the bits on that bus fast enough and do a good job at it.
Cool.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Now, I did before we let you go. I don't know how much more you want to talk, or if there's any other questions coming up. But are you kind of like doing the VCF circuit as far as doing these presentations and schooling and stuff? Like, are you going to be at VCF Midwest and SoCal and West and everything else as time progresses, or do you have representatives that would be at some of these shows?
We try to. I try to. Well, like in the case of Tandy Assembly, for example, I couldn't coordinate fast enough. So Henry Rietveld. Volunteered. He's like, I'm going to be at Tandy Assembly. I'll have a booth here. Can I demo it? And if the question always is, can I help demo this? My answer is always going to be yes. Thank you. Yes, please. So we have people that will help demo this, and I work with them to show all the features and so that they understand as well. And as time and schedule permits, I will try to be at as many shows as I possibly can. I'm going to try to make it to Midwest this year. I will be also at Southwest this year.
Okay.
I go to East because that's, well, for all intents and purposes, that's my home base. I've got a lot of friends there, and that's my home tribe. I always try to make it to East, but I try to make it to as many shows as I possibly can.
Now, do you have a main central hub besides GitHub for source code, et cetera? Obviously, you have that. You mentioned that earlier, but is there a main website or something that actually people can keep track of how you're expanding with FujiNet? What platforms are being supported? Who needs help?
Yeah, FujiNet.online is the main website, which gives us the branch out to not only our GitHub, not only the utilities and things that you need, like the FujiNet flasher and firmware updates and that sort of thing, but there's also a link to the Discord, and the Discord is just like the CoCo Discord. The FujiNet Discord is the hub for all of our development and collaboration work. And I'm basically, for the CoCo bring up here, I'm basically splitting my time between the FujiNet Discord and the CoCo Discord, varying bits and pieces between the two as things develop.
Sorry, we're such a difficult community.
I just posted the link for it in the chat there so that people in the chat can grab it and go take a look too.
And that's kind of the interesting thing. Every single retro computing community has its own distinct and unique personality. And part of the challenge for someone like me who's coming in, who may not have been a part of a particular community, is coming in, feeling things out, seeing how people react, and trying to be as genuinely enthusiastic as possible about what I'm working on and how I'm doing it, but also trying to get to the point as much as I can, because I really have to take and pick my battles as far as problems that I need to solve and things that I need to do in order to solve a particular bring up. And stuff happens. What can you do?
Yeah. As you said, each group has its own personality, and that's
yes. And it's the nice thing is what I've seen happen over and over again. I'll come into a community, there is always a bit of reticence. They're like, okay, who's this new guy? What's he doing? Oh, okay, be suspicious. Okay, fine. I try to break through that by being as genuine as I possibly can, and you can see my output. You can see everything that we're doing, and hopefully through the fruits of what we're doing here, it becomes evident that we're here and we're trying to bring something together that everybody can use. And everything that we do, we are an open source project and have been from day one. That will never ever change, and we're compulsively public about everything, ridiculously transparent. So once we do a particular bring up of FujiNet for a target platform, that gets put into the hardware repo. The vendors take that hardware repo, build the hardware, flash the firmware, do what they need to do. We work with the vendors to make sure that they can build it, but it's up to the vendors to take and bring all of these FujiNets to their target people. So people buy from their vendors in a way that's comfortable for them. We do not supply this stuff at all by default. That's not our job, and we don't ask for any licensing or a cut from any of it, because this is a labor of love for all of us. So we just want to see people use this stuff. And so it's once a particular version of FujiNet is out there and it's being used, guess what? It belongs to all of y'all. It's not ours. It's y'all's. Do cool things with it, please. Yep. If you want to steal part of the design for something else, go ahead. Cool.
A quick question on the flashing the firmware. Like, obviously, you get updates if you're starting to add new functionality, and that would go across all the different platforms. Yes. Is that something that is flashable from one of these retro machines itself, or do you have to hook it up to a PC with?
Currently we basically do that. You flash it from a PC. We deliberately didn't do OTA firmware updates because we didn't want to push things out and force people to upgrade. First of all, that's a hard privacy issue for us. That's something that's your responsibility. but we also wanted the space and the firmware to be able to put as much functionality in as possible. When you do OTA firmware updates, you lose half of your firmware, your flash space immediately, because you have to store another copy of the firmware.
Yeah, backup in case something went wrong.
Yes. So yeah, for at least for now, we have to take and do that update from the PC. If we can find a better way to do it, cool. That'll benefit everybody.
Okay. I don't have any more questions myself. I did see there was a question from Eric in the chat again. How close are we to having CoCo FujiNet available? And the next on Paradise replied, it's available now if you want to build it. I know a few people have already started their builds, and I know like
Yes.
Henry Garnard here on the panel's doing that as well. So
As far as I don't have a date yet. I'm grinding through trying to take and make it get all the rough spots out as quickly as I can, get enough demo applications together. I'd like to be able to be able to say, okay, the firmware works well enough. We'll ship it off to vendors in what, 6 months most? I mean, and even before that, like I said, it's, if anybody wants to build it to help us get to that point quicker, that help would be very much appreciated.
yeah, and Henry, since you've actually started on this project, I you haven't done an update lately. How has it been going? Or you been busy with other things lately, or?
No, I'm back to focusing on the fourth ROM at this point. I haven't put together the gumption to order the PC board for Rev Triple Aught for the cartridge one, and yeah, it's just kind of sitting there, and I'm not waiting on Tom. I'm not waiting on anybody but me.
Okay.
So it's that's all that is.
And if you have issues, whatever, don't hesitate to take and tap us on the shoulder in the Discord. We're more than happy to help.
Yeah, which reminds me, I do have the one question, because you mentioned the web interface.
Mhm.
That web interface, is that available before config is set up, or do I have to set up config before the web interface comes
Well,
up?
you have to connect. It has to connect to the network in order for it to see the web interface.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's not something that I can do on the debugging side from the PC hook to it, is it?
Worst case, what you can do is you can modify the fn config ini file on the flash cart and on your SD card, pop it in there, and the FujiNet will grab that configuration and automatically try to connect. So if you have to do it that way, you can. This is
Wait a
especially
minute.
good point.
That might be my problem. Then it might be that simple. Does this thing require the SD card in order to function?
It does not require the SD card to function. It has its own internal flash, but it's more than happy to use the SD card if it's there.
Okay, I thought that was the case. So there's got to be something deep in the picnic errors for me on this case then, because I remember telling you at VC. Go ahead.
The best thing that you can do is to take and run the FujiNet flasher and to press the debug monitor window and tap reset on the FujiNet and paste what it spits back at you. That'll help us figure out what's going on.
Okay.
That's it. So yeah, we'll get together. We'll help you debug it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
Going forward, will all versions of the FujiNet connect to the cartridge port?
That is the plan, yes.
Okay.
We're currently using a pigtail to go back to the bit banger, but we're trying to see if we can actually eliminate the need for the pigtail too. And thankfully, that was one of the best things that we did, was literally take and get rid of the cassette interface, because the very first version, the version that Henry actually built out, has the cassette hardware on it. And as we found out very abjectly, the CoCo cassette port is rather touchy. So we were able to take and get rid of that by just putting HDB, DOS, and ROM and be done with it. But we'll take it the extra step to try and get rid of needing the banger port as well.
All right. Are you going to put a pass-through on the cartridge?
I don't see why not.
Because the thing is that if you're using the cartridge port, then for the HDB DOS, you have other cartridges that you could still that you would still might want to use, like
Okay.
the PSG cartridge,
Okay.
the speech sound pack, etc., etc.
Gotcha. Okay. I honestly didn't know that. I thought anybody that was doing that was going to be using a multi-pack, but that's a good point. We can do
You're
that.
not familiar with CCN feature creep?
Yeah. No, I made a project called the internal drivewire, which actually puts the HDB DOS inside the CoCo,
Okay.
so that you didn't have to load the HDB DOS somewhere or use the cartridge port, because I was testing the CoCo MIDI cart, and I
Okay.
needed the cartridge port open, so that may be a consideration for FujiNet to leave the cartridge port open so that these hardware add-on cartridges could be used in a singular fashion without the need of a multi-pack.
That is a very good consideration. I will take and actually bring that back to Heidi Hu and see what he says.
Yeah, if he
Okay.
needs any assistance with that, just let me know, because
Okay.
I've done similar things.
Excellent. And I've seen you on the Discord too. So yeah, let's talk about that.
Yep.
Good idea.
Any other questions from the panel? Or Mark, have you seen any other ones in the chat? I haven't seen any. I think they've
No, I
already
think we're all
answered.
caught up. There was a couple, but I think we got them all.
Okay.
been. Carrie says, yeah, the multi-pack might be full already. Yeah, mine usually is.
Yeah, actually, Sloopy's drive wirelessly is great. I mean, going inside, the concept is
Yeah,
wonderful.
handy gadget.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's using the 8266 version, but this would just be an upgrade to using the ESP32. So
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be they will be available at CoCo Fest.
Cool. Hopefully we'll see Tom at CoCo Fest maybe next year.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. Not
It's
now
way
that
too
I-
short a notice right now.
Yeah, no, it was, I just couldn't coordinate fast enough in time. Thankfully, Henry R is helping to take and demo this thing out. So you guys will be able to feel one and have what Boisy basically has now termed Boisy and our another one of our software developers, Mark Fisher, coined as the Fuji moment, where your head just kind of goes.
If I have time between now and then, I'll test mine out and I'll have mine there also. Mine's actually the same as Henry because I got my PCB from Henry.
Okay.
Yeah, and Boise's definitely at CoCo Fest because he's demonstrating his Gojira project too. So
Okay. Okay. Excellent.
cool. Well, thanks for coming on, Tom. Thanks for doing the demonstration. Thanks for cluing us all in at exactly what it's doing and correcting some of our incorrect guesses.
All right. Yeah, this is
Exactly.
I enjoyed it.
I do look forward. Like I'll talk to Boise at the show in 2 weeks, and I'll get to coordinate with him on the Nitrous 9 stuff, and maybe do some demo programs myself, and then I can do a CoCo Tech segment or something on how to program for the FujiNet.
Most excellent. And I will help too. Just let me know.
we'll keep you in the loop.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. They just brought me my lunch. It was fantastic.
Good timing.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks again.
All right.
Okay. Shall we take a break and go into news?
Well, I don't know. Did you want to introduce Michael and Diana first?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting to know them before I have to jump to the other shows.
Okay.
Ooh, where?
All right.
So
Mark,
welcome, Mike and Diana. I guess you
Mark.
want to introduce yourselves and your
Well-
channel and what you do.
All right. Well, can you hear us?
Yep.
right.
Mark, can you zoom them up? Or did you already on the stream?
Getting there.
I
And
get-
I think
can you hear
Sloopy's
me?
trying to get words in.
That would be good. Mute.
Yep. I
Yeah.
see you zoomed up now.
No,
All right.
no one is listening to me. So,
Well, your volume is like
Yeah, your
really
volume's
low.
way down, so we
Yeah,
barely hear you.
Cranker.
oh well, then how do I fix that? Audio settings.
I mean, usually it's not a problem, you being really low. Something we look forward to, but in this case, we need
In
you.
this case,
I was waiting for that.
It's like his auto mute button. That's
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
yeah, that's better.
Okay.
kind of.
All right. You want me to introduce Michael and Diana?
Sure.
Sure.
All right. Make me big.
Okay. Well, I can't because you're not actually broadcasting.
You're not there.
I'm not there. I should be.
Hang on. Let me.
Wrong one.
Where is he?
Okay. I got a box screen from you now. All right. There's your background.
And wrong camera. Yes, that was wrong camera. Sorry. When you have two identical webcams, same model, you sometimes pick the wrong one.
First world problems.
Yes.
Yep.
Greetings. As y'all know, I was at VCF East last week, and I've been going for 15 years now. And for the last few years, I've been seeing a few certain people, including here Michael and his wife Diana. Hi. And
Hey, Slippy.
they recently they've been making products for the Atari and Commodore for a few years now, and starting I guess it was a few months ago, they started making products for the Tandy line, which among others are their new joysticks. It's a digital joystick using actual SandMark controls, and they're also making Atari joystick adapters for the CoCo, which this past VCF East I picked up. So since they know them better than I do, because I just got them and started playing with them, this past Thursday on the Game On Challenge, I actually started using it, and I quite rather like it. So I asked Michael to come join us and talk a little bit about his products. So this is Michael and his wife Diana from the Tech Dungeon, and welcome.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you're muted. I heard you there. I didn't hear your wife, but Diana was talking. I didn't hear her.
I told her she has to get closer to the microphone when she talks. So this is Diana, my better half. She does, as I mentioned, I think pre-stream, she does all the 3D design. So we're kind of a team. We work together. Usually I'll come up with an idea and I'll say, can you make this? And she'll make it, and then we'll go through different iterations. But you saw Sloopy, he showed the joystick. So this is kind of the raw version. This is the internal part of the joystick, the external before we've, put the buttons on it and everything. She did the design that. So we make a lot of different joysticks, but we just recently started kind of adding stuff to the CoCo. I got a CoCo 3. I have a CoCo 2, but I haven't modded it for composite. So I don't like using RF. So once we got the CoCo 3, then it gave me a system that I could bring up on my displays. So we started working on the joystick the joystick adapter was our first one. So that lets you use any standard Atari joystick. You can also, if your joystick supports a second fire button, port 9, pin 9, you can use that with it. So for those games on the CoCo 3 and then the Tandy line, the 1000 series, whatever, that support 2 buttons. Obviously, the joystick Slippy showed, this one for the CoCo, it uses 2 individual buttons. So I test it because my CoCo 3 doesn't have 512K yet. I test Russian Assault is a game that I can run on my CoCo 3 that does support both buttons. So we do the joysticks. We have Atari compatible. We have all kinds of different systems. Obviously, the CoCo joystick adapter, the CoCo joystick.
Now, are those basically strictly digital sticks with left, right, up, down, as opposed to the analog? You convert to the analog signal that the CoCo expects.
Correct. Yeah, we actually have a little board that I designed that this board is used in the adapter and used in the joystick. So, and I make a board for like the Apple II with the same form factor. We try to make it where we can use for the Apple II version of that joystick. It's the same enclosure, just a different board to go from the analog to digital. We do other stuff too. One of our more popular things that I don't have a lot of CoCo cartridges, but we make.
But you got one of the classics there, Dagrath. So
yeah, I got that at Tandy Assembly last year. It was my first cartridge, and then I got the CoCo SDC, which helps a lot. But this tray holds a bunch of CoCo cards. We sell a lot of these for like the 2600, the Commodore 64. Atari 8-bit. Got the CoCo, the TI. We sold some of these at VCF East. The little Radio Shack logo on it. One of the things that I love, and it's hard to show it at shows for people to see it, is the shelves. So she designed the Tandy and Radio Shack logos. These are shelf legs. And if you want to grab one, Bill, I'll let people see them. She made them also so you can see there's like slots in the bottom of the feet, and then there's bump outs on the top, so you can actually stack them also. So what we do is we give people a board. Buy it. This is demo. It's got the Commodore logo. I know you guys don't want to see that one. And it's got the Atari logo. But we sold some of these at the show where people were getting the Tandy Commodore.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
I'll show some screenshots at the end if you want to see it. That kind of shows some of our stuff in action. But I mean, that's kind of, for the CoCo, we just kind of started. We do some, actually, if I can flip this here for you.
Actually, I see that shelf and it makes me think license plate.
Yeah, we've done some license plate cover stuff, but we've never actually made anything that we sell. Let me see if I can do this. 1 second. Hopefully this.
Mark, if you want, can you just zoom up Michael and Diana since they're going to be showing off stuff? Because Sloopy's not asking questions right now, so we might as well.
We're done with Sloopy, huh?
Yeah.
So can you see that now?
Sure.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah. Have you played Atari today and Jaguar?
Yeah. So we make. Diana designed a bunch of these. Are coasters. So when we bring them, and a lot of different ones. She's made so many that it's.
Many I've made, but the Radio Shack TRS-80, the one when we made that, we only had 4 colors to be able to print. So now the new Radio Shack TRS-80 is actually white now, so it pops a lot better.
So we've got that. We obviously do little magnets too. These are like little things we try to sell for a couple bucks at shows. That way, if you're blowing all your money on, the expensive stuff, but you want to go home with a Tux magnet or a Radio Shack magnet or a Z80 type thing, we have that. Obviously the joystick, which we talked about and showed. Here's one of the CoCo adapters with an old Atari, well, a clone of an Atari joystick plugged into it. This is our favorite product, which is the LED display, which we give people the information if they want to program it. It runs on a little ESP processor that I programmed to do a couple hundred animations, and it cycles through a lot of retro stuff. I took a shot of it when it's showing the TRS-80 logo. It's a 16 by 16. Adrian's Digital Basement, if you guys watch his YouTube channel, he showed one on there that we sent him, and we sell a decent amount of these at shows, especially to people who want to maybe program their own stuff. It supports the WLED project, so you can use their code. We give a little sample code too with it, get people started if they're into programming. Here's one of the shelves kind of in action, kind of showing the Andy shelf with the dark color. That's the lighter colored board. We have the dark colored. Kind of made it so you can fit, I think an Apple IIgs fits underneath it. So kind of some of the taller stuff, but the CoCos have no problem. The color computers. These are me using my shelves kind of in action. So, I've got like a Commodore 64 there at the bottom, a Jaguar, HDMI switcher, Mister system. You can see my CoCo SDC up there before I had a CoCo tray. This is on the other side where I keep a lot of my systems. So like if I'm making something I need to test, I'll pull the CoCo 3 out, or I'll pull the Apple IIgs out. The Atari, if I need to test something on the Atari. And that's kind of the whole setup, but that's using the shelves.
What happened to that 99.4A?
What about it?
It's missing its cart door or something? There's something wrong in the cartridge area.
got a final GROM in it.
Okay, never mind. I understand.
Yeah, that's a gutted like home finance cartridge, which we seem to get tons of those. I don't know why people bought them.
It's like GFL football on the CoCo.
Yeah. So yeah, I gutted that cartridge and put a label on it for the final GROM. And I use that TI when we make a TI joystick adapter, because the TI it has an Atari style 9-pin joystick, but it's totally wired different. Because it actually uses 2 joysticks on one 9-pin. So we make an adapter for the TI, and I use the final GROM to load up a game that supports double joysticks. But that's kind of like my
PEB.
Do what?
You're missing a PEB.
I have one. I have the big PBX box or whatever it's called. Yeah, I got one of those. Honestly, I was going to bring it to VCF East to see if somebody wanted one, because I just, it's a tank.
Because they take 10 times the amount of space in the TI 99.4A.
Yeah,
Right,
I mean it's got like 2 floppy drives in it. They both work, and it's got
and a serial port.
And some other, I think it's got a memory expansion in it. I was an Atari guy at the beginning, so I mean that's kind of where I focused. Then I kind of started getting into the Commodore stuff, and then after meeting Sloopy and stuff, I started talking to him at VCF Midwest a couple years ago about the CoCos, because like, man, I think it was like Robotron, but it might have been Joust.
Oh, one of the transcodes.
Yeah, and I was just like, that is just looks really realistic, like really authentic. And then I kind of learned why, but I was like, I never knew anything about the CoCo system, and I'm like, now I want to get one. Then I got the CoCo 2, and I was just randomly, and I was like, I don't have composite on it. And then I saw the CoCo 3 was like kind of the thing I really wanted, and I finally got lucky and got one, and that made it nicer. I still want to do on this screen. I don't know if my mouse shows up, but over
can see it.
over here I've got a HD or SCART switch box and then a retro tink. So the one thing I haven't figured out yet is I know on the CoCo 3 you've got that RGB connector on the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can just feed that right into the retro tink, because it'll do 15 hertz, 15
You can
kilohertz.
feed it into the SCART.
Yes, you can feed it into the SCART. Actually, CoComan.biz sells a cable for that.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I saw that cable and I noticed it also gives you the composite, and I saw it uses 5 volts, but I wasn't sure if I
Well,
need the 5 volts for
you
the
have
retro
to-
tink.
You have to suck the sync off of the composite because it's not present in the RGB. So
Okay.
it's a little complicated, but he's
The
got it
5 volt
figured out.
Yeah, the 5 volts is only used to switch between composite and RGB.
Right.
If you only ever need the one default mode, then I guess you don't have to feed it 5 volts.
Yeah, so I'm going to look into that, either making one or getting one, because I've seen the one that you guys are talking about. Yeah, so that's my last thing besides getting it upgraded to the 512K or something.
Yeah, I will mention if you're going to be playing CoCo 1 and 2 games as well as CoCo 3, you probably do want the composite and the RGB, because the composite artifact in colors doesn't work with RGB normally.
Right.
Okay.
Also, if you want to test a 2-button joystick game on a CoCo 3 that only needs 128K, come guide to be Ninja if you play the original RS-DOS version, which I think is a DMK on the SDC. That one where it runs on 120K and does have both buttons.
I think I tried that, but I think I had some issue getting it to start. But the Russian assault game or whatever it is worked fine. So I kind of been using that, but obviously once I get the 512K in there, it kind of opens up the door to some of the
Yeah,
others.
then your Purveyors can play just about everything.
So, and then that's my mighty number of two cartridges in the tray. Gotta expand my cartridge selection. That's pretty
Come to
much.
CoCo Fest. There's tons of cartridges for sale there if you want to expand, and they're not that expensive there either. Unlike eBay.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that earlier. Sloopy's been trying to convince us to come, and then we were talking about maybe we're not sure yet, but obviously we might bring, if we do come, we might bring some stuff, and sounds like we could still get the hotel rate if we squeak it in here at the last second.
Yeah, and there's no admission fee to get into the show, so that's free.
You guys even let Sloopy in?
Well, we charge him, but but yeah, if you guys do make it, I mean, I would instantly buy some coffee coasters, because as the people on the panel know how much I love my coffee at the show there, I'll definitely need probably a half a dozen just to keep my table going.
Yeah, I only know one person that comes close to your coffee intake. I won't name names, but her initials are Missy. Yeah, you see, you drink from an 8-ounce cup. She drinks from a 24-ounce cup.
I just have several of them, so I just
Right. You don't know how many
chain
are
them
on
down.
the desk in front of him.
And I will say too, when it comes to the FujiNet, I've got one for the 8-bit Atari, and it is an awesome device. So I actually looked at maybe having a couple boards made of the cartridge one, be able to get one on the CoCo.
Yeah, I have it for the Atari 8-bit. I've had for a couple years. I have the one from Henry for the CoCo, and at VCF East I bought the Mac, the early Mac one. So
I do have a quick question. Like, I know the Apple II and as well as the CoCo, natively supports analog joysticks, and there are some games that require them, especially if you need like subtle speed controls or movement controls, etc. Do you guys have any plans for doing one with like the professional buttons and stuff like you're using now that would be supporting analog?
We've talked about it. I think our next joystick option is probably going to be of a controller style, like one of the SNES or Collarbone style controllers. That was like kind of like our first thing that we want to work on. But I would like to maybe tackle an analog, maybe even make something that's a little bit more like configurable with like a microcontroller in it, where you can kind of select like what mode you want. An analog mode.
Yeah, because you showed that little board that you can put in that you just swap if you want an Apple II compatible one versus the CoCo one. I would imagine that would also work on analog, where you can just swap the Apple II analog and the CoCo and use the same case, joystick, buttons, etc.
Oh, so what's the paddle interface if you wanted to stay legit? Is that the same 9-pin? Can you put the analog paddle stuff? Is that the same pin out?
On the Atari, obviously, yeah, any of the Atari compatibles, most of the systems support the analog on a couple different lines. Some joystick, for some of the systems, they use the paddles for extra buttons when they're not being used as paddles.
Right.
When it comes to the CoCo, I mean, obviously, it's already got the analog signals there for the different axes. We just kind of convert to digital.
I'm just thinking, as an Atari to CoCo adapter, how do the paddles fit in? Could you put the paddles on the CoCo in the same pin out that has the joysticks on? Yeah. This is the CoCoNation feature creep again.
Yeah, it's possible. We'd have to obviously change it, because this little circuit is literally keyed off of just converting, for a digital joystick.
You need to make one of these.
Yeah, well, it's something we've talked about. So I mean, it's definitely in the pipeline. I don't want to even hazard to guess when. We don't move at the speed that FujiNet's moving at on all these different.
Right. No one does.
It's insane how quickly that moves. But we wanted to offer some option, because a lot of the games just if you're playing like a breakout style game or something, obviously paddle controllers, analog controllers make a lot of sense. Light type games, analog controllers make a lot of sense. But a lot of stuff works fine just with and a lot
on the CoCo side, I'd say probably 80 to 85% of the games, a digital stick works fine. It's more the subtle ones like Project Nebula or Super Bustout is one of the ones you were mentioning there. But there's some that do have the more subtle controls that definitely.
Yeah, and we started off honestly just adapter first, because so many people have Atari joysticks.
Right.
We started with that, and then I was just like, you know what, we should just put this in the joystick, make the joystick bigger. I told Diana, okay, I need a bigger version of the joystick, because we wanted to offer both buttons. There's not a lot of games that use both, but that joystick, we make versions of that for the 7800. Obviously, that was a 2-button console. There's a couple of different projects out there for like the Commodore 64 and the Atari 8-bit computers that support, where they go back and modify a lot of games to support unique buttons. So like, for example, Defender. You might have button 1 be fire, and button 2 is the smart bomb. And when you played it originally on the Atari, you would have to hit the space bar for the smart bomb. But then people have gone back and modified it. The Commodore, I think they've even gone as far as like supporting up to 6 buttons. So you can get really crazy with it. But we make those specialty versions. People people want the Commodore 64 version. Sorry, they call it Joy 2B Plus. But the most popular one's the Atari generic one. Everybody wants an Atari standard.
Yeah, that's the classic. And I mean, if you go back into, Rainbow Magazine and other magazines for the CoCo back in the early 80s, there was dozen different models of Atari joystick adapters sold then.
Right.
So it tells you even back then it was popular.
Probably the biggest issue that we run into is there are some people who don't want arcade style. They don't like the click. They want
those people are nuts and they're wrong. But anyway.
Right. You need them fistable buttons.
Yeah.
So, but I will say, Sloopy was the first one yesterday when I talked to him, and he wanted this flip with the the joystick over here, the buttons over here. And I just during the pod your guys' show, I got a message from somebody saying, "Hey, can you flip them?" Which we could before we print it, I would just mirror it the x-axis.
You could almost just flip it in the software inside the controller, couldn't you? Like,
well, no, they wants the button.
Like invert the axis so that if you turn it 180 degrees, you could play with the buttons on the other side.
Then the buttons are on the bottom. That doesn't work.
I just repinned the wire that goes from the joystick to the control board on mine. Mine's already been flipped.
Oh, so your buttons are on the bottom.
Yeah, my buttons are on the left.
Yeah, so I mean, I would rather mirror it for a person that would want the left side, and then everything still is wired the same way. The board's still the same way. The only difference is just these two buttons be switched on the header.
Yeah.
So I told that person, it's like, hey, if you want one, just order. If you just say, hey, can you mirror it? Make a mirrored.
Now, are these things that you actually keep in stock if somebody wants? We'll get into your order site, website and stuff in just a second here. But is this stuff that you keep in stock, or do you have a bit of a lead time that people should expect if they're ordering?
We try to ship next business day. Generally, we keep some stock. Obviously, with the 3D printing, we have quite a few printers. So if we would ever get a crazy order, because we had like one guy, I think, was it 5 or 6 TI cartridge trays? We're like, oh, we didn't think we'd sell that 2 or 3. This guy over time we would, but he wanted 6 right off the bat. But I can churn the joysticks out. I'll have one printer running like the top if I would need it. I'll have one running the bottoms, and I'll run 2 off, and it takes a couple hours to print a pair of them. So, but we make some ahead of time. When it comes to like the adapters, we have these in stock. We have some joysticks in stock. We try to stock the most popular stuff, but we always try to. If somebody orders something, I think it was Patrick was talking earlier, but he's got a lot of soldering to do for CoCo Fest.
Right.
He's getting orders. I always try to just throw this stuff together, get the parts, and then just make it, and test it and everything, and get it out next day. So as long as somebody doesn't want to order a crazy amount, we generally are able to ship next day.
And do you take custom orders for like colors and stuff? Because I know it's the one joystick you're holding up has kind of got a green theme to it. Is that something that you allow people to pick the colors?
We offer 3 colors just to try to keep it simple. We have red, green, and then I think when I was showing some of the pictures on my desktop, the one CoCo was a black button. If somebody wanted like a black joystick ball with red buttons, we could do something, but we offer the 3 colors for right now.
Oh, yeah.
So you could mix and match the different pieces of the different colors if somebody wanted to.
We see the piles of PLA in the upper right there. We've got black, and green, and clear, and white.
Yeah, well, that doesn't even touch the surface. Most of the printers I use are in a different room, and we use
These are just the close printers.
Those are well. Besides the one, I don't think you can actually see it.
Yeah, like an Ender 3 or something.
No, the one on the far right there is a bamboo.
Can you zoom them up again, Mark?
Yep, getting there.
Yeah. Can I order 10 of these for the next?
Right. Need them tomorrow.
Yeah. And I'd like to order plaid for the colors. No, I'm just kidding.
I want green cases with green controls.
So that one on the top right, the white looking one, that's a bamboo A1. I've started adding that for like single color prints. The one on the left is a printer I'm actually going to get rid of. But in the other room, I have a couple of the bamboo carbons, and those have the multi-material. So one of our units can do 8 colors. The other one can do 4. And technically, we could unplug the 4 and move it over to the other one, so we can do 12. colors. We try to keep our designs multicolor friendly. So like on this might be 3 or 4 layers of color. And then the rest of it, as it moves upward, black. Because if you do like a print, like say a figure, like a little Dungeons and Dragons figure or something bigger, and it's multicolor throughout, it's going to take a long time to print, even with the bamboos. But we try to minimize things. So it's just a few layers of the color, enough so that you don't have any bleed through. Then just go to the rest of the color. Same thing with those coasters. 3 or 4 layers of color in black. And we actually, for the coasters, we print the brims separately, actual insert with art. That way we can print the art face down, get a nice texture on the bed, the textured bed, so it looks a lot cleaner. When we go to the shows and people see these and the coasters and stuff, they're like, is it 3D printed? It doesn't look like it. They think it's like a sticker or some type of other art because they just look so clean.
Yeah, I don't see any lines in there at all. I mean, that could be just the camera angle and stuff, but
Yeah, if you look at it when you get one in your hands, I mean, if you look close enough, you're going to see the lines, but we try to minimize it as much as possible. And she does a great job doing all the art and doing all the designs. She's making a bunch of trays this weekend, some new ones, because we go to a few gaming shows too, that are more like NES, SNES, you know, that level. So she's making some stuff for some more of the obscure consoles, like the old Magnavox Odyssey. Ready to hold some of those. Some of the other lesser known ones, Fairchild. I think that was the first cartridge. Doesn't get a lot of press.
The Channel F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that we're going to sell a bunch of those, but that's the great thing about 3D printing. You know, we can print a few.
Don't have to.
Yeah, it's on demand printing rather than, you know, bulk, you know, like the old, we made a die and you had to run 1,000 to make
Oh
it
yeah,
cost
now we have to do a
effective.
left-sided joystick case. It's going to be another $10,000 for a new mold.
Yeah. It was like us trying to do injection molding. You had to like order 1,000 to make it worthwhile to even try.
And you can see kind of in between us in the background there to the left of that shelf, there's some joysticks that I just printed that I'm making up. Haven't had orders for those specific ones, but I'm restocking because of these. We sold quite a few of the Atari joysticks, smaller one. So I'm replenishing that. And I use that same one for the TI. For people who don't want the TI adapter, I have to wire it.
Now, a question on behalf of our international users, because we of course, as part of our cousins, we have the Dragon 32 and Dragon 64 from the UK, etc. Do you guys ship overseas if requested?
Yeah, I mean, we ship international. You know, if you go to our website, talk about later or whatever, I mean, we have our Etsy store and to our eBay, which is predominantly the 2 places we use. But I mean, we'll do international, ship stuff overseas to Europe.
Yeah, I imagine the shipping's obviously going to be a bit more expensive, but if they want to get some of these too, that might be something to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
at least because some people don't ship to overseas, like it's just too much hassle, too much, you know, problems doing customs and, you know, the cost, et cetera, that they don't bother. But it's good to hear that you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll ship anywhere. I mean, I know there's a few countries that, like eBay, will say we don't ship to countries. So we pretty much whatever the
I can guess
websites
one
will
of
ship
them.
I'm sure
There's a good reason eBay doesn't ship where they don't ship.
we had a guy from Brazil that actually wanted an Atari Joy 2B joystick, which we didn't even make at the time. I didn't even know about the project, but I'm just like, oh, this is really simple. So eBay doesn't like shipping to Brazil, but I made one because the guy, I thought it was a great suggestion. Sent it to him. We didn't have any problem, thankfully, but.
Yeah, we actually have another, well, there's a bunch of Brazilian CoCo clones because back in the 80s, Brazil was like the wild west of, you know, screw copyright trademarks. We're just going to clone everything. And the CP400 is a popular one. And they actually have a show every year, a retro show that they actually have some of the people that have been on our show actually are well into the CP400. So they might be interested in some of these joysticks as well because they would work on the CP400 and the other clones.
Does the Dragon have the same connector as the CoCo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joysticks are identical connectors.
Okay, because I was afraid at one point because someone told me that it had a smaller like pin connector, something in it.
Not on the joysticks, I don't believe.
Does it always have the 6th pin in the middle? The Dragon?
Yeah, that's one thing. It might like it only supported one button, and they might not have put the extra pin. Like it might be a 5-pin DIN versus a 6-pin DIN.
Yeah.
That might be the only difference, maybe. But as far as the size of the DIN, I don't think. Actually, we got a few of the people that have Dragons in the chat there, so they can pipe up here. They're probably got about a 20-second delay from us, but they can verify that.
Joysticks are 5.6, he says. So
What
no middle
about
pin.
what about custom game cartridge cases? Would you do that?
I mean, we'll do anything if it's feasible. I mean, I guess if somebody would send us dimensions, if it's something that's custom that we can't actually get physically in our hands to be able to design it.
Oh, a ROM pack game with
Yeah, because we're like you've seen the Daggerrath cartridge. That's the size you'd have to do. But could you like mix a couple of colors and maybe have some?
Yeah,
like we've had a few 3D printing cases before that were
goes.
done that they actually. John Strong did one called Bomb Squad, and he actually had the little finger grips, which instead of being circles on the sides, he actually made them shaped like a little bomb with the little fuse on the top.
Oh, you're
So
talking about
it's something
custom
like-
cartridges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The shells.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I'm gonna grab a couple of the cartridges. We have a couple products that aren't CoCo related, but just to show, like, we started selling this just at the show at VCF East. This is a 88 Pico card, so it's kind of a
Right?
Raspberry
And the
Pi.
colors in the plastic.
And you can
Yeah,
see
because Nick was just asking about that. He's a game developer for the CoCo. You've probably seen some of the stuff like 0 Hour and Jumpin' Joey and a ton of other games. And he's interested in sometimes doing, I think he's actually planning on redoing his Cosmic Ambush game eventually for a cartridge, and a custom cartridge. That would be nice because he was originally going to be selling that through Tandy Australia before they canceled the CoCo right at the last minute. So he never did get to do his dream of producing a cart.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a problem for us. Like if it's like for these, I mean, I had the PCBs made because it's an open project on had the PCBs made, the RP 2040s on it, and I gave her the board dimensions and stuff. And then eventually, when we got the boards, I gave her a board, signed cartridge shell, and obviously this one's got a reset button on the front, and then on the back, I had her design a reset for reflashing Raspberry Pi. Normally, they tell you the case design they have tells you take 2 screws out, pop it apart, to plug into that USB-C that's inside there. See that very well.
Yeah, I kind of see it there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a USB-C inside there. That's how you copy your cartridge image executable, but also how you. But instead of using screws, he made a snap fit case, put the little button on it, so that you can reprogram it without having to take.
That looks familiar.
Nicely done.
So, and then she just put their kind of their A8 Pico.
Yep.
So if somebody wants to say it's something custom made, like say a cartridge case for the CoCo, maybe add some colors or a logo or something like that there, do they just contact you through an email on your site to get a quote on what that would cost on, and did you get bulk discounts if it's a large order, like 100 or something?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely talk with them. I mean, definitely they go to our website, send us an email, give us as much information, bounce some questions back and forth. Ideally, probably be the most helpful to get like a bare board, even if it's like doesn't have to even have the code or anything.
You're starting to cut out a little bit there. You might want to move the mic a bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely do that. They could send us an email. We could bounce back and forth with it, chatting about what their needs would be. And then if we could get a board or something from them, even just a bare board, we could try to design a case around it, send it to them or whatever, get final approval, like, okay, we like this. And then, talk about quantities or whatever it might be.
Okay.
Now, obviously, we would be 3D printing it. This would not be an injection molded case. If they want to go, the full deal. I mean, obviously, they would want to deal with somebody else. I mean, we try to,
and they'd have to be rich.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, some people will take 3D prints and do an inverse print to make molds and stuff and do that, but we don't do that. We just try to.
Don't do lost PLA.
Yeah, we've had one set of individuals that actually did do injection molding, and like I mentioned before, you had to minimum order 1,000 or something to make it worthwhile. And I don't think they've still sold them all yet, and it's been 5 or 6 years. So generally, the 3D printing seems to be much more popular. We've had some custom ones like that Bomb Squad game I was talking about. Of course, CoCo SDC. There's several different designs for that, depending on who you're buying it from. game cartridges that Nick might want to do. The FujiNet itself, he might want some sort of custom case for that too, if he's not doing it himself either. So
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't have a problem doing, small quantities. I mean, obviously larger quantities would take a little bit of time depending on it. But obviously for a larger quantity, we would try to do a discount. And things like this take a little bit longer because obviously you're printing multicolor.
Mhm.
But if some people like to do a label, we do a Commodore 64 fast loader cart, like the Epix fast loader. For that one, she designed the cartridge, but we put a label on it. People can go
Okay.
both routes.
Cool. So where do we go to find all this stuff on the website and do orders, etc.?
So if you go to our website, techdungeon.xyz, that will take you to kind of our not the most fancy website, but it gets the job done, and it will go through products. Some of the products we haven't put on there yet that might be available on the Etsy page, but it'll link you to the Etsy. It'll link you to the eBay, and you can see everything there. And there's a few things that were like exclusive things for VCF East that we're just starting to get put on there. But it's got our information on there if you want to contact us. You can email basically Michael or Diana at techdungeon.xyz, support, help at any of those type of things.
Okay. I'll just mention Brian Walsh in the chat says this joystick is exactly what I'm looking for ordered. So apparently you have an order waiting for you ready.
Hasn't come through yet, but I mean, I'm assuming that he's getting a CoCo version.
I would presume so, yes.
Maybe he bought an Apple version. You got an
you
Apple
could. A lot of us have different, multiple platforms.
Yeah.
I got a question for Diana. Do you speak? I don't think I've heard you speak yet.
Yes.
Did you go to school for your art, or you just naturally?
Yeah, I naturally. It was probably about a year and a half ago, and we had gone to Midwest was our first real show, and we didn't really do any designs. It was more we just had brought in some systems and some other things. Michael had done some of the designs for like the media deck and some other things, but I hadn't really gotten into it. And when I got back, I started getting more into it and started out, obviously with some simple things, and then I just was able to grow my knowledge and be able to do the cartridges and doing all the designs and everything. So I've really enjoyed it. So I guess it's become a little bit more natural.
So do you use any like CorelDRAW or something, or are you on a Mac or?
Actually, I use Fusion 360 for pretty much everything.
What is it? You kind of cut out.
I use Fusion 360 for pretty much everything. I don't really.
Okay.
You need to watch out for her because she's a shrewd businessman, a business person. Because I've bought a lot of stuff from them because she twists my arm.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Now, do you also do like raw design work? Like if somebody wants to make a custom cartridge because they're writing a game, but they don't have the, either the artistic skill or know how 3D printing works enough to make something that's going to be, functional. Do you help them with the actual design work to do some custom things like that?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm really good at the drawing part of it. It's more, as far as, taking 3D files and downloading them and turning them into DXF files, then we can use them. So
when it comes to trying to do a logo, take
right,
kind of redraw it or redesign it. But when it comes to if you're talking somebody would want artwork for their cartridge, artwork wise, we don't draw.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
you get stick figure stuff from us.
Oh, so you draw, they draw, you implement.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
You.
Yeah, and I will mention that Marco Boser did post the link to your website in the chat, so people can grab it from there. And of course, we'll put it on the Discord. Are you guys members of our Discord? Or
I just got on. I just got on it yesterday. I think Sloopy sent me a. I'm assuming it's the one where you kind of post your introduction of yourself and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm on there.
Yeah, it's the one with thousands of different links in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get
so,
lost in the channels.
Yeah, I mean, it's I was honestly looking for some different Discords because I used to use Discord back when I used to do a lot of YouTube videos and gaming related stuff back with my son. So my Tech Dungeon YouTube channel, people see it and they're like, "You got lots of subs," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's from the old days of gaming."
So that's not an active channel per se anymore. You don't do product demos or anything.
I do some stuff on it. I just put up a video recently on our LED display. You turn that on, switch. I don't know how well this will come out, but you know, this one, you just flipped it on.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So this one, you know, I just did a update to the firmware for it, and we have a ability for people to update it over the web through their browser. And this is the one that I let people have programming information. So it's got like tons of retro art, computer logos. There's your TRS-80. It runs for about 20 minutes before it loops. But I put up a video, you know, on how to flash it through your browser.
Okay, so it's more for instructional videos and that kind of thing now.
That's what it is now. And then generally when some of the old people see it, you know, the viewers from the original days when I was doing gaming stuff with my son, they're like, "Play Minecraft." You know, they don't want the retro stuff. They want Minecraft.
When we was fab.
It might be worth putting some of your joysticks on there and doing a demo of some of the games for the various platforms just to show how it plays too.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the goal. Is one of the things we're not the greatest on is we haven't done a lot of social media stuff when it comes to just, you know, trying to post. And I don't know, I feel bad sometimes if I go onto a Facebook group. I don't want to like post, "Hey, I got a joystick." And then people are like, "Take your sales pitches out of here."
Well, I think we actually have a CoCo sales Facebook page, don't we? It's more for people like trading or selling, you know, systems and stuff. But it would definitely be accepted there.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times what happens too is like every once in a while I'll Google one of our products and I'll see like on the Atari Age, somebody bought the TI, a joystick adapter, because Atari Age has got a lot of different forums for other stuff besides Atari systems. And they'll start talking about the joystick adapter, and that'll get me 5 or 6 sales just from that thread, because people just randomly talking about how they love the joystick or love the adapter.
Okay. Any other questions from the panel or any more from the chat? I think we already said the 60 mentioned the Dragon's a 5-pin DIN, so that you already knew that part there.
Yeah, the one quest I have, maybe you guys have some knowledge of it. I love to use the metal DIN connectors instead of the the black plastic housings, the sheaths that go around the connector. Can't find anyone that sells at a reasonable price the 6-pin DINs with like metal housing.
Nope.
No help there.
Yeah.
I've made that search. You're correct in every way.
Yeah, I've seen, I think about $5 or $6 is as cheap as I've seen them, and I've seen some people selling them for $60. I'm like, what?
Right, right. For my $30 joystick. Yeah. Great.
That's like buying CoCo 3s right now.
Yeah, I use those metal DINs for like my video cables that I make for like Atari, TI, and all that, and I also use them for the Commodore 64 when I make a power supply. I can get those in the metal ones. But the 6-pin, that's been my curse trying to find that one.
Okay. I do have a special request from Brian Walsh, the person that ordered one of your joysticks here. And he says, please don't sell to Buck Owens, Tasman, or Dr. Crazy Legs. That's because we have a game on challenge every Thursday, and those 3 people have been winning it a lot. So he doesn't want to give them, the advantage.
You got to put CRT on that list too.
Are they the same person? By chance?
They're different revisions of the same AI game playing.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'll
actually, don't laugh. We've actually had people program robots to control joysticks for games on our show before. That's how they got some high scores. That literally has happened.
Yep. Timberman. Yeah.
I'll put those names in like a ban list so they
Yeah,
can't purchase.
there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Brian will thank you for that.
No, better. I'll send them a version where everything just the axis all change randomly.
There you go. Yeah, the challenge version of the joystick.
Yeah, random access version.
If you're too good for games, now get this one, and then we'll see how you do.
We appreciate you guys having us on. And thanks for Sloopy for suggesting it.
Yeah, and thanks for coming on. Hopefully we can get you out to a CoCo Fest here soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn. I think I'm leaning more between trying to come this year because it's only about a 5-hour drive. I think she's more on the bubble about it because we got done with East.
Hey, Diana,
Yes, Luke?
since you convinced me to buy all this stuff from you and your husband, like this and the skunk board that I have and all this other stuff, and you twisted my arm and told me I had to do it, I'm saying you have to come to
Okay.
CoCo Fest.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, what are you going to buy, Sloopy, if they
Right.
show up?
I will buy coffee coasters for sure if you show up.
I'm not buying anything. What I'm doing is I'm introducing you to a whole new spread of people to buy your products.
Whole new market.
A whole new market.
And we actually have a
I'll tell you
game on
what.
challenge happening at the show live. There's a special table set aside for that. There's going to be some multiplayer games demoed there, so that'd be a perfect time to maybe have people try them out.
Okay.
Just thinking.
I will buy something. I will buy another joystick.
You didn't buy that one.
The secret's out now, Sloopy.
I did buy. I did not trade it for cash. I traded it for product of equal value. So, but yes, if you bring one, I will buy it because I don't like using my original joysticks because they're kind of they're not that strong for just general purpose public use. And I will be using these exclusively on my CoCos when I put my CoCos out for people to use.
And I know you hate the green version, so.
Oh, come on. We're CoCo people. Green is the word.
Neon green.
In other words,
Yeah.
he wants a separate version to keep throwing against the wall.
Do you have an option for a nuclear green one that actually irradiates you like our screen does when we fire it up? Or
We could try. I mean, up north, there used
Glow
to
in
be
the
the one
dark,
reactor.
and yeah, little built-in UV source, and it'll be good.
UV? Who's talking about UV? That's a CRT. We're talking X-rays here.
Nah, you need UV in the joystick to light up the glow in the dark green ball on top.
So are we making you a special version, Sloopy, with the buttons inverted, the buttons in the joystick?
Absolutely.
What color do you want?
Putting on pink.
He wants green.
Okay,
We can
all
do a
right.
pink one, but
Actually, for the filament for the bottom, if you have some purple laying around, that would be very nice.
purple and gray with green buttons.
Black and purple, or
So black bottom, purple top, with green buttons.
yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's only about $700. If I remember right.
There you go.
I'll have to talk to my.
and we all heard that Sloopy committed to this already. So yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, I've already been. I was committed years ago.
You just escape a lot.
I'll have to talk to my financial manager. Hi, dear.
But yeah, I would be interested if you guys do make it out. I would be interested in a joystick. I don't care what color it is. And I would definitely buy some coffee coasters.
Yeah, I mean, if we do make it, I mean, the stuff that we would bring would be, I mean, I don't know how you guys are like with Tandy Assembly. I know they were kind of like, we don't really like a lot of stuff in TRS-80. So I don't want to offend anybody. So I tried to make sure we only brought stuff that we could get away with. But I definitely would be bringing joysticks for the CoCo Tandys, the shelves, the trays, magnets, coasters.
Yeah, I would also recommend bringing the Atari type joysticks and the Atari adapters. I mean, literally, you should be able to sell at least 20 CoCo joysticks minimum.
Well, many in our group are multi-platform.
Yeah,
and many of our group, yeah, like I said, it's a much different feel, a much different vibe at the CoCo Fest as opposed to Tandy Assembly.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we loved Tandy Assembly. It was fun.
Oh yeah,
But it was
No,
a
I
learning
mean,
experience for us.
Yeah, it's there's nothing wrong with a Tandy Assembly. It's just a different vibe, a different set of people, and a different way of thinking between CoCo Fest and Tandy Assembly. I mean, both have their pros and cons. So, but your product line is more in line with the people and how they are at CoCo Fest than at Tandy Assembly. I mean, at Tandy Assembly, you're not going to find a bunch of people that bust out musical instruments and start playing music and such. But at CoCo Fest, you won't
more relaxed.
you'll find that happening every night. So
And usually one visit from the local fire department.
yes.
Now you're gonna scare
Hopefully
them.
not involving an elevator this year.
Right. Well, we didn't burn up an elevator last year, so do we need to burn up 2 elevators this year?
Hey.
I think that's why they put everything on one floor so that we don't have to use an elevator.
You are scaring them now.
Yeah, I was thinking about how I could make Sloopy's joystick catch on fire.
Yeah, there you go.
A little pyro in it. Yeah.
You do know that I'm holding a soldering iron 30 to 50 hours a week. So I wouldn't even notice unless I saw the light.
Well, there you go. Instead of just putting the regular stick part of the joystick in there, just put a soldering iron, a short one that the heated element is up there where he holds up this hand. That would be perfect.
Oh, no, that would be perfect for you, Curtis.
Yeah,
We could add a little holder off to the side where you can put your soldering iron on the joystick, so it's kind of there with it.
Continue with your game. Yeah.
Solder a little bit, play a little bit.
Yeah, get a headset also with it so that it has a soldering iron holder up there so Curtis can burn his hair while you're at it.
We should bring Sloopy one of the we make a lot of random stuff for ourselves too, but solder thing over there.
Yeah.
We make a little thing that I use when I solder the boards or work on the joysticks. That'll work too. So Diana designed this, just a little random thing to hold the solder. You can roll it back in.
Take a pound too. Nice.
Yeah. I need one of them. I was actually going to print myself one of those when I get my 3D printer running in a month or so.
Yeah, so she designed that one, and I've used it for solder. I've used it for wire. Like you got some spools of wire.
Like Kenya wire.
Yeah.
I just need one that'll hold 2 spools at one time.
I mean, this one will hold 2 of the smaller spools. So but obviously we designed it, or she designed it, so that you could, make it wider if we wanted to make a wider version.
Yeah, because I use small solder and large solder.
I found it convenient. So sometimes we sell some of this stuff randomly, like on the Etsy page. But obviously the retro stuff is what most people want.
Yep. Well, that's kind of why we're here. I don't know if you noticed, but the name of the show is
We're all kind of retro here.
This is a retro show?
Yeah, it's named after a computer that's like 40 some years old.
I thought CoCo was like stuff for the coffee and things.
No, it's all about that movie. So
It'd be really cool if you guys can make it. You definitely would have some guaranteed sales. I'll guarantee some. I saw that I think Michael in the chat said he would buy some. Brian already, of course, ordered a joystick. So yeah, it definitely looks like you'd hopefully make it worth your while if you can make it.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about it, I think it was who was it earlier we were talking to before the show started? Grant. Yeah. I see that's him there with the tornado in the background.
Yeah,
he's a storm chaser too. So.
Oh, okay. Well, is he in Kansas area?
That's where he lives. I don't know where he is at the moment because he might be out chasing the storm right now.
Depends on where the tornado takes him.
Yeah. I see his home in his background, so he's at home.
Yeah, he said there was a couple tables left. I don't think they were in the same spot, but
yeah, we have an auxiliary room that actually has some tables, and we might have one coming free actually right in the main one too, depending on some scheduling conflicts they're trying to resolve. So.
Yeah, and it sounds like, even though I think on your website it mentions, the CoCo Fest website, I think it mentioned that the room rates are over. It sounded like he could still get the room rate.
Right.
Yeah, I think they ended on the 18th or something like that. But
we're thinking about it. It's like I said, it's a 5-hour drive. It's not a bad drive. Tolls.
Yeah, it's 21 for me. So
tolls are a lot cheaper going to Chicago than they are going to New Jersey. The Pennsylvania tolls are insane.
Yep.
So
I got to drive through Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, and if you if you enroll for Illinois pay by plate, you don't have to stop at any toll booths.
We did the Easy Pass after Midwest.
You can do that as well, but
Yeah,
this
so
is
it
just
works.
a free thing that Illinois has. If you don't have anything else, just go sign up your plate and we'll
Yeah,
send you a
we
bill
had
of
did that
mortality.
originally, and then I got an Easy Pass because it worked better. Philly, discount there in Pennsylvania, but it works in Chicago too. So
Yeah,
it makes it a lot more convenient.
Yes, Easy Pass works in Chicago because I have one here for local use, and I just put a fat stack of bacon on it before I go to Chicago. Because everywhere in the Chicago area, there's two choices: fast and cost money, or slow and free. And then you got to decide which way you want to go. Sort of like going to the going from the airport to the hotel. You can either get there in about 12 minutes and it'll cost you about $6 in tolls, or you can get there in 25 minutes and it's no tolls.
But the fun thing is to get from the state line to Chicago, you either take C roads or a tollway.
Yeah.
I don't think there are even B roads that go to Chicago. You've got to go down to the C road, one lane each way, 45 miles an hour to get into Chicago without paying tolls. So yeah, it's a fun state.
And don't even get started about the craters that they seem to call potholes.
That's normal.
I mean, I thought
420
Pennsylvania was bad.
420. You're talking about
Massachusetts, man. Massachusetts has potholes cornered. I've been into Chicagoland area, and you know they can only swallow a VW bug. We can swallow an entire Type 2.
Hey, Pennsylvania, they can swallow a whole semi.
That's scary.
So I got one question for you guys. I'm obviously, not a CoCo aficionado. Got the CoCo 2, got the CoCo 3, got the STC. What's the best games that I should be playing that are kind of like the games to play on the CoCo?
Neutroid.
And Sloopy is the only one besides Nick that'll say that. But I guess it depends on what genre you like. It also depends if you have 512K, because obviously there's some better CoCo 3 games if you have 512.
Yeah,
is there a certain genre that you're? Dagger's one of the classics. You already got that one.
Yeah. I mean, I like RPGs, but I mean, I like arcade games.
And if you just want to go technical excellence, there is the Defender transcode, which is the arcade Defender running on the CoCo 3.
Yeah. As well as Robotron and Joust and Pac-Man and Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Remix. There's all the transcodes. There's puzzle games like Photon are really good. Some of Nick's games like Zero Gravity and Gunstar, if you have a 639 upgrade and a processor. Like I said, it depends. There's a couple thousand games to choose from. So
yeah, I haven't really been able to do the transcodes because I only had the 128K. I'm gonna have 512K, so that'll help on that. But I wasn't sure because at least from my memory, didn't a Radio Shack not really sell third-party software? They only wanted to sell their own stuff.
yeah, unless it was from big companies like people like Epix and Sierra, etc. They sold some of their stuff, and it got a bit looser for the CoCo 3 era than the CoCo 1 and 2, where they were really strict on that. But yeah, they didn't sell a lot of third-party stuff. It was done by independent companies that weren't cross-platform, big, mega, well-known ones.
Yeah. Send me your mailing address. I'll send you a 512K upgrade.
I already found one.
Okay.
So I'll just charge you more for the joystick.
There you go.
Yeah. And then we'll convince you to get a 2 meg upgrade later. But anyway.
So isn't there this gaming website that lists all these different games?
I've only got half of them up there so far. So yeah, you can take a look at a limited list on my site.
Yeah. And like I said, go through the Game On challenge and look at the games that we've played, and the games that have large number of players, like 15 and above, are usually better games. I mean, there's some games that we played like in the summer, so there isn't as many players, but they're still good games. But generally, if a game has 15 players or more, it's one of the better ones.
Double Back is one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's CoCo 1 and 2 one.
Yeah. It's actually rather a fun one, and one of the few that I know that requires
analog.
The good ones that require an analog joystick, and it's great for small kids too.
Any good two-player games? Two-player joystick games?
That's one of them. Yeah, Double Back.
Russian Assault that you tried before is a 2-player simultaneous one. Rampage on the CoCo 3 does 1 to 3 players. Gantlet
Battle Wars.
has 1 to 3 players. Gantlet 2 has 1 to 4 players on a CoCo 3. Simultaneous, there's a Space Invaders that actually is a simultaneous one. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but actually has 2 people trying to shoot the aliens at the same time.
Joust.
Sorry,
Says to play buzzard bait.
yeah,
There's a
any of the
couple
Joust clones. There's multiple ones of those, obviously.
There's a couple of drawing games that, or not games, drawing applications that you can run, Diana, and draw on.
Yeah, kind of like the Mac Paint clones, like Color Max,
Yeah.
Color Max 3, CoCo Max 2, Color Max
Yeah.
Deluxe, MV
Yeah.
Canvas. There's a bunch of them.
And they have, sometimes they available font discs. You can change fonts and play with it.
Also, don't feel bad about just getting into the CoCo now. I got my first CoCo 3 in 2010, and I first started using it, my CoCo 3 in September of 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really sexy like design. The case, I like the lines on the CoCo 2, 3, and all that. I'm partial to the Atari 800.
Yes,
I think it's.
You sound like Sloopy.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Atari rules.
Sure.
Well, some of us put the CoCo in a PC tower, so you can look however you like it to look.
So what's the thing that Patrick you're working on? Some Ethernet adapter? Because it sounded like you were doing something a little bit different than what FujiNet was.
Yeah, this is a really kind of a basic Ethernet adapter. So the Ethernet engine runs on the WizNet chip, but the CoCo has to do all of the setting up the socket, setting up the IP addresses, blah, blah, blah. It just doesn't do the actual processing. So it's really more of a CoCo project in that you have to do all of the, okay, I've got to render this HTML page myself. How do I do that? And that's what I'm working on myself. And then we've got other guys that have made a boot that just goes over raw Ethernet. So basically it's the CoCo, a cable into a cable modem, and you're out of the house. There's no additional local processing. So it's a different kind of project than FujiNet.
His Ethernet card is really nice, but if you want the best product that he sells, get his keyboard for your CoCo 3. I got one of his keyboards for my CoCo 3, and it's the best upgrade I've ever put into it.
So it's a drop-in internal replacement, not like an external.
No, it actually fits under the original keyboard in place of its Mylar sheet and puts mechanical switches where the Mylar sheet used to be. So from the outside, it looks like a CoCo, but it types quite a bit differently.
It's like
That's
a
cool.
repair kit for a failing keyboard.
Yeah, well, I've run into a bunch of those when we usually grab a lot of just systems that we see locally that people are trying to get rid of, clean them up, fix them. But keyboard repairs can be the tough ones. Like I got a 1200 XL that the Mylar is going bad on it. Pretty hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, plus they wear out, whereas the mechanical switch ones like Rick's replacement does, they'll generally last forever.
I should just bring my CoCo 3 and just, throw it down there and say, upgrade this.
Well, if Ed was catching up on orders, you can get a Gimme X with 8 mega RAM or something like that and really crank it.
There you go. CoCo 4, effectively.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on, and looks like you got some really nice products. I really hope you can bring them out to the fest to show people. So I would encourage you to do so if you can.
Yeah, well, her and I are going to be talking about it after this, and it depends.
You will have some guaranteed sales by the sounds of it, including myself.
Yeah, I'll try to. She's usually the tougher one of the two, so I have to convince her.
I will guarantee that if you show up, you will sell at least 15 joysticks and 15 joystick adapters. At the
And
show.
if you're short on that, Sloopy will buy the remainder to match that number. So
and if you're short, I will buy them.
All right.
All right. Well,
We've had
guess-
people hear it.
I guess we're
Challenge
going.
accepted.
I guess we're gonna go. Yeah, go for it because
Yeah.
I know Sloopy's loaded. So
oh, you meant by money. Sorry, I misunderstood.
no, I meant it's 420. I saw him
It
smoking.
could be
earlier.
loaded. Yeah.
Hey, Brian Weisler, I'm looking at you. You better start buying. I'll make sure he swaps the joystick around so it's like mine, just for you. But you better start buying.
Yeah, he doesn't have one yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's our main collector of everything CoCo ever made.
Yeah,
Right?
but in all seriousness, I mean, and anyone who's like this displaying, I know that the internal parts to the Tandy Deluxe joystick are not exactly made of metal. They're made of brittle plastic. And in all seriousness, going from now to the future, Mike's joysticks will be on my CoCos when I put them out for people to use, because I think it's a much better option.
Yeah, and I think it would be a really good idea if you can make it, because we are doing a live game on challenge multiplayer game specifically. That's the theme, simultaneous multiplayer. That would be perfect time to have people actually try them out and kind of talk about them, since they'll be playing next to somebody else who might be, using the same thing, and they can kind of compare.
What a sales tactic. You can use the stock joystick, or you can bring a good one. Yep. From the table right over there that you purchased and win this game. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like Sloopy's going to be trying to get people to buy them. Otherwise, he's going to have a whole bunch of them.
Honestly, I don't have any reason why I would think that you would not sell that many plus more.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you've got 20.
It's a bigger show than Tandy Assembly, for one. There's about twice as many people show up to it, so that you can kind of gauge that. And it's pretty well, everybody there has a CoCo, whereas at Tandy Assembly, you've got a mixture of people with like pocket computers and Model 1 and 3s and Tandy 1000s, etc. So it's more of a concentrated market for you to hit with CoCo specific stuff.
Yeah, and there are a lot of game players there too, especially on other systems. So.
All right. Well, we'll give us some serious thought. I'm right now. I'm leaning that I want to try to make it. So,
she's not frowning yet. So.
If she doesn't want to go, just let me know. And on my way through Ohio, when I'm going, I'll come pick you up.
Pick you up.
Yeah, I mean, most of the getting ready for these shows is on him, as far as trying to print everything and get everything together. So. Since I already have pretty much the designs and everything done, it's more the work is really on him. So
yeah,
wants to go, I'm fine with it.
I see nothing printing on those printers right now.
Well,
that's in the other room.
Yeah, the other room is where the heavy lifting is done. Those bamboos, if you ever want to get a fast printer, the bamboos are the way to go, especially if you want to get in a multicolor.
Yeah.
I mean, borons are great if you want to make your own. But obviously multicolor is not much of an option for the boron.
Yeah.
So. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by and showing us your products and some of the plans for the future here a little bit. I would look forward to finding an analog joystick too, with real proper decent buttons too. So if you guys do decide to go that way, and it sounds like it probably would work on the Apple II if you just have a little board that goes inside to convert the two different ones. You can make the exact same cases and everything else. Go that way, and it sounds like it probably would work on the Apple II if you just have a little. Oh, somebody's.
I think it was coming through Sloopy. Well, we appreciate it. And like I said, we're going to give it some thought. I'm leaning towards trying to make it, so I have to get into crunch mode, but we appreciate you guys having us on, and open community and how friendly it's been. So looking forward to it.
And in the
Okay,
chat,
well, thanks for stopping by, and you're free to stay on the show if you wish, or you can, if you have real lives, you can go do something else.
Have them.
Thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Was there some other question or something? I thought somebody was saying something.
No, it already got answered in chat.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate it, guys.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Take care.
And Mark, you want to go for a commercial break here, and then I'll quickly hammer through the news before I jump onto the other show, which looks like.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation. feel like they should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weezer, Karen Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Binman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, I'm going to do a condensed version of it, I guess. But and actually, some of it's been covered because I had some of the stories. Thomas Cherryhomes actually put up some videos demonstrating the stuff he already showed us. I can just blister by those real quick. Okay, so I can find the right one here. Okay, you guys, we're seeing Tim Linder's DCLG kernel. So as we talked about last week when David Craker was on to show off his adaptation of the DICOM phaser gun interface adapter for the Sega Master System guns, he mentioned that Tim had already written some assembly language source code from going through the source code that the DICOM games ran through to figure out how to exactly program to handle the gun. And as promised, Tim has actually put up on his GitHub the actual source code for that with some readmes and stuff here. You can see that. And of course, you can get our show links from the show notes on the Discord. And yeah, it gives an example program and even a little sample video, which I won't bother playing here because you can try it if you have one of the guns. He already sold out, as we'll mention shortly as well. But for those of you interested in actually programming for a light gun interface and possibly even getting the CoCo 1 and 2 to work, because it should, basically it just involves clearing the screen to white in the background and then doing a timing loop to figure out when certain things light up or light off. So that definitely should be possible. Here's the actual sample source code to give it a shot. Next up, Coco Town did his next series of the Moon Patrol style game that he started as a teenager and he's finishing now 30, 40 years later. After being on sound for quite often, he's now what he calls Game Revolution Cycle 7. And this point here, he's starting to optimize the player's car. So last episode he was optimizing the scrolling, which was 2 different planes of speed, the background mountains or city, depending what level you're on, and then the actual main part of the ground your buggy's on. So in this case, he's optimizing the buggy itself, just doing things a bit more intelligently, like, part of the buggy doesn't actually change what it is displaying, like the top part above the wheels is static, basically. So he skips redrawing that part, and he's changed the way the animation of the wheels is done to be faster, and it's a fair bit faster. And he goes go through the details of design decisions he's made to speed things up and exactly, how much faster it is. So go check out that video. I'm really looking forward to the game. He's gotten some pretty drastic speed ups if you compare it to what his original code that he recovered from his teenage years was like, compared to what he's got now. And he's actually going to be, trying to put in multi-channel sound in the background without stopping the graphics, et cetera. So that's really cool. Next up, this is kind of a follow-up because it was Eddie Malphus that I was quoting last episode here about the history of the video text terminal, including the very rarely seen, because there was only 250 ever made, that was actually in a Model 1 case before they went to the CoCo 1 style case for the video text terminal. And Eddie actually posted basically in the All Things Tandy Radio Shack a little bit of a history of the whole Green Thumb project, some of the various companies that were selling them because there was a few, not just the Blue Ag Vision. There was several others too. And he's got some pictures up here too, including a picture of the actual College of Agriculture prototype ones that were sent out to 2 different counties. And then Tandy kept 50 themselves for spare parts and replacements because there was some problems in the field because it was, basically all beta hardware at this point. But he's got that particular picture there. And this is a bit better quality than the one I showed last week. Here's the actual cover from the project proposal itself from 1978. And there's from within that proposal, basically how it hooks up to the phone line and the TV, etc. Now, of course, after some feedback, they decided they had better put a full keyboard in because they figured, they're not going to be just following set menus for specific purposes. This is at the time that CompuServe and Dow Jones and other things were coming online. And Tandy figured they should tap into that market as well. So they redid it with an actual keyboard, which is the chiclet keyboard we're familiar with from the CoCo 1 that went into the Videotex terminal, several months earlier, and replaced this original, numeric keypad version of it. But really good little bit of history there. So if you guys want to check that out, it's kind of a very summarized version. It's nice and short, but it kind of goes through some stuff that some of you may not even know about this. So thank you, Eddie. Of course, if you watched earlier, you obviously saw Tom demonstrating these various little mini apps that he's got running under FujiNet already. But if you missed it or you wanted to see it in a bit more detail from a presentation point of view, he's actually put up YouTube videos showing some of these things. So this is the news reader that he was showing before that you can actually watch that video. And he's got the Ender utility too for doing network directories. And or of course you can watch at the beginning of the show too, but that definitely looks like a cool project. And I'm glad to hear that Boise's actively involved in getting the drivewire kind of bumped up on the OS 9 side of things, because then we can kind of borrow into that too, and it'll make it a lot easier to write apps, which you should be able to write in C or Assembly or Basic 09 or Pascal or whatever you want. So I'm looking forward to that. Tom also put up a bunch of pictures he took from VCF East, because of course, as he mentioned during his segment, he was actually doing some teaching classes and also some other, just general presentations. And is Sloopy still on the call?
No, I think he left.
Okay. You scrolled off my little sidebar of who's on the call. So I don't want to dwell on this too long because I am a bit rushed for time to get onto the Amigo show tier 2, but I thought he's put up some pretty good pictures from VCF, and we only had a few that I got to show last week.
Yep. Yeah, he was actually across the hall from me.
Okay.
For the demo.
So if you remember what some of these particular things we're showing here are, if you want to just rattle them off. I don't know if these might all be just, pictures of his own booths or something. I'm not sure, but
yeah, on the right is FujiNet, and then interactive core memory. They do a bunch of core memory hooked up to modern machines, and then to the left of that is actually one of my favorite displays at the thing. It's
way over here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You see the woman with the gray hair with the easel behind her?
This one? Okay.
That one. That's Paul Rickard's setup, and he uses plotters for making artwork and such. And he actually had postcards there that he was giving out, and then there was some 11 by 24 formats that were being sold in the consignment. If you can see me for a second, let's see here.
Oh, you want me to stop sharing?
Yeah, just show me for a second.
Oh, okay, there you are. Hold on.
Yeah. Let me change my background real quick there. This is one of the things that he actually printed. It's a postcard that he actually printed out there at the show. And
okay, yeah, I saw that on what's the guy's name? One of the Mac guys. He did a live stream. You were on at the very beginning, and then you had to leave. That was talking about these plotters.
Ron's
Ron, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I also showed this on Old World Tech Fridays on Friday night. But yeah, that he was plotting out various different images and such, and giving them away. And that was the display that was there. So.
Okay.
And
this looks like one of the classrooms. I'm assuming this is showing FujiNet because they've got that same telenet BBS on the display there on the left.
Yeah, that's the FujiNet Atari classroom.
Actually, it looks like pretty good attendance too.
Yeah, every class was filled, and plus more.
Bit more of that.
That's the FujiNet display. That's Jeff Pipemeyer, I think his name is.
Yeah, and that's showing the new Macintosh port of FujiNet, which Tom had mentioned too, is one of the new reports.
Yep, which looks like this. It actually plugs into the floppy connector for the Mac.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get the Apple II version. They were sold out by then.
Oh, okay. So more of the. This must be one of his main presentations, as opposed to a teaching class, I'm guessing.
That's Tom himself.
Yep.
And we all know that gentleman on the right there.
Is that Boisy? I was trying to see if that was him or not. I couldn't tell.
Yes,
Boisy.
that's Boisy.
I know he was there because I saw some other pictures where I definitely recognized him, but.
Yes, and that's Jamie. He's on the Discord. Jamie IDOLX, I think it is. He does a lot with Commodore stuff. Fine gentleman. So
there's Boisy for sure.
Yep.
And Boisy again.
Yep. I think this is when they were setting up the Atari room. There's Tom on the right, Jamie in the middle. Yep.
Oh yeah, there's all Ataris there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there you're playing Gauntlet. That's proper use of people's time.
Yeah, they went to the Silver Ball arcade Friday night or Saturday night.
Yeah, it's probably not any Galloping Ghost competitor, but it looks pretty fun there.
Yeah.
Food. And I think we're pretty well back to the beginning. So cool. I mean, that kind of, obviously it's Tom focusing on his own stuff for the most part there, but it gives you kind of an idea what the classroom setup is like. So if you want to actually do some tutorials for people and have all the machines set up to do it, that's something I'd like to do at a CoCo Fest eventually too. I mean, we can do CoCo Tech where it's streaming, but if somebody needs immediate help and they want to show you something on their screen, that's a bit harder to do on a a Zoom call type thing. It's not impossible. Obviously, you can share screens, but if you get too many people sharing screens at once, they'll become postage stamps and you can't really see the details. So this is something I wouldn't mind doing at some point in the future. Something similar to this.
You're gonna have to get
one challenge.
You're gonna have to get one of them network controllers.
Yep.
You're going
Doesn't matter who it's from, but just some network controllers we can all.
No, the
Oh, you mean the actual network 2 or something from
with the
Tandy?
14 CoCo 3s out on the floor.
We're gonna have to see if we can crank that sucker up with a double speed poke to 3000 baud.
We'll probably have to get a bigger Vinny too at that.
And this is a podcast I'm not familiar with called the Stray Pointers Podcast, and it's season 2, episode 10. It's hosted by Jim Lawless, and he basically does interviews. And he actually interviewed Jim Brain, and Jim went through his history, as a kid getting interested in electronics, and then getting into the Commodore side of things when he really wanted a video game system, but his parents basically said, no, we want to get you something that's actually useful. And then it goes into how he got into the CoCo and stuff too as well, and how he started up Retro Innovations as a company. And it's actually a pretty interesting interview. If you want to know some background on the president of Glenside, this is a pretty cool interview. And I just found this, kind of by searching at random. I wasn't expecting to see this. I had no idea he was on a podcast. I don't think he mentioned it to anybody that I know of. Did you guys know about this?
Nope. No, I'd be interested in learning about it too.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So,
and that wasn't an ironic statement. That was a literal statement.
Fine.
Yeah, because he also gives his perspectives on, the fact that it's interesting to, as Tom was mentioning too, you want to keep track of what's happening on the other side of the fence, because some people in the other communities will come up with these really awesome ideas that just, for whatever reason, people in your own community have not thought of yet, or vice versa. We come up with something really cool and they go, oh, we should do that too, type thing. And then you can get the interoperability where you can start talking to each other, or at least designing programs and protocols, et cetera, so that you can talk to each other, at least that leave that door open. Next up, as we all expected, David Craker sold out of his adapters literally before the weekend was out. I think even before Saturday was out, because of course he only had 4 of them. And he's making a second batch, so he's going to be revising it because he thinks he can improve the, how it's actually made a little bit from what he did on the first run. And then after that, he's going to let somebody else deal with it because he's one of those many people I know that are hobbyists and like designing stuff, but doing mass production, just not their bag. So hopefully he'll team up with, maybe it'll be Jim at Retro Innovations. It could be Frank at Retro Rewind to actually start manufacturing the adapters as a bulk item project. And I think you guys were mentioning before that it's actually not that hard to find Sega Master light gun systems because they don't work on LEDs. So they're actually not that expensive. They're not like CoCo 3s to get on eBay or something. Does that sound accurate? Like, is this on Obtainium to get those guns these days, or is it actually fairly easy?
I think at this point we're at where I was when I bought all those deluxe joysticks. There's a lot of them around right now.
Yeah.
But get them while they're available because they're going to end up in e-waste pretty soon. So
yeah, because probably what a better idea would be to do is to modify the light gun for the Nintendo, because there were so many more of those made. There was not a lot of the Sega phasers made because it wasn't as large of a product.
Yeah, the Master System wasn't as popular as the NES.
But it's the same clock ticking. There are no CRTs, so these things are all going to die.
Right. So the thing is, yeah, they may be doing the Nintendo modification, sort of like how people get the IBM PC joysticks and then modify them for the CoCo. I think the same idea here for the NES will help alleviate the lack of light gun.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about the internals of the light gun. I've never taken mine apart, but is it a fairly complicated thing to set up, or is it fairly simple?
Honestly, it's for some, it's as simple as hooking up a photodiode to 2 wires on the joystick, which is what the Atari 8-bit does, because the Antic video processor actually handles the actual light gun support, to requiring a little bit more electronics to amplify the signal or to change the signal from a line level to actual like 5 volts.
Because the reason I ask, I mean, these things were not duplicated except by big companies, because the injection molding of the gun is probably the most expensive thing of the thing. From the sounds of it, the electronics part of it is actually fairly simple. Now that we have all these 3D printers, though, could you not 3D print, 2 halves of a gun that clicks together and just insert the stuff yourself and make your own?
Yes, but the problem with that is legislation in the US. If you're selling a product that looks like a gun, they do have a lot of rules and regulations that cover it.
Well,
so if we made it look like a lightsaber instead, that'd be okay?
Well, and I'm going to go with the CRT is the problem, not the gun. We'll always be able to find a gun as long as you can find a CRT to point it at.
Yeah, the CRT is just as big of an issue as the gun itself.
Well, we were kind of talking last week. It sounds like there is some solutions that some people are working on to actually get this to run on LED TVs.
Yeah, there are
probably without this hardware, with different hardware.
Yeah, LCD, I should say.
Yeah, there are methods to doing it on an LCD. It's just that they're a little bit more compute intensive.
Right.
Okay, so you might need like a microcontroller or something to kind of.
So like these light guns are very much dependent on a big widescreen flash. They are not precise in any way. It's just kind of a general background illumination reading.
Yeah.
And what do you do with an LCD to implement that with all the delay issues and wow.
Yeah, pretty much what you have to do is put something on the screen that you can discern where you're pointing at the screen by the thing that is reading the screen.
But this can't do that. These phasers can only tell the screen flashed. It can't tell.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like you remember the old mouse. You remember the first generation of optical mice, how they had to use a very specific mouse pad. Having something like that on the screen so that the optical sensor can read it and knows where it's at is something that would be needed on the LCD for, say, just one refresh cycle.
so that it can get the spot, maybe 2 refresh cycles, so it can get the spot where you're at, and then have the electronics decide where it's at, and then tell the computer, hey, it's pointing right here to the screen.
Because the one thing that gamers with good guys can agree on is CRTs are still faster than LCDs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, isn't the whole thing the way it works is it flashes white and then you have to time when the color
And you
changes
have to
by following
time
the
it,
beam?
yeah, and the timing gets lost in the conversion to an LCD with the processing that goes on.
And now that modern TVs, they're not always 60 hertz either. Sometimes they're 90, sometimes they're 120. So, I mean, you got to deal with that too, right?
Yeah, and listen to all the gamers complain about the lag in their LCD displays, and you'll pretty soon figure out, yeah, this is a pain.
Okay. Next up, this is actually an older video that just got posted. So VCF Southern California, which was that was a good month or two ago, at least 2 months ago now, isn't it? Can't remember. Or was it January? I can't remember. But they've started to post up some of the other presentations that were made. So this one has got Evie Solomon, who of course is the person behind BackBitOS, which has CoCo compatibility. It can read both disk, hard drive, well, actually all 3, disk, hard drive, and cassette images off the same thing. The SDC currently cannot read a cassette image, for example. But she went kind of through the history of designing it and, how all the different interfaces. And now she's going through all the different CPUs at this part of the presentation because she's had to write some of these low-level programs to do some of the stuff to actually get the backbit to work. And she does this comparison. And it's actually kind of interesting when she gets to the 6800, 6809. She's kind of going through the different code. And she's got a sample code that is doing the exact same thing. And she does this between all the various CPUs. The 6800 code's on the left, the 6809 code's on the right. Of course, you can see the 609 because it's a lot more advanced CPU. It only takes half the amount of code to do the same thing. And then she actually mentions the 6309, which is kind of cool because for each section, she has, some of the quirks and some of the superpowers, as she calls them, type thing. I thought I'd just play a little bit of the 6809 when you can watch the whole presentation, when she goes through all this stuff. And she does talk about the CoCo in other spots as well. But this is just one I found kind of interesting. I'm not sure if I agree with her on her thinking that we're short on index modes, though. Unless she's talking about the 6800.
Okay, Motorola 6800, 6809. This was actually what inspired MOS to make their 6502 chip. And you can see a difference between the 6800 code and 6809. Those 2 blocks of code do the same thing, but the 6809 adds a second index register, the Y, and it also adds an auto increment, so you can do a lot more in fewer instructions. And it's got 3 registers, 2 accumulators, and a single index register, or for the 6809, 2 additional index registers. And a weakness, again, the memory mapped I/O, which is probably why the 6502 was designed that way, because they were modeling it after this. An idiosyncrasy is there's limited indexing, particularly on the 6800, because there was only 1 index register. So if you want to copy memory from one place to another, you have to store those indexes in memory. You can't use registers, which slows things down. A superpower is that Hitachi came out with the HD 6309, which was a drop-in replacement for the 6809, which had a whole additional set of instructions. So it was kind of like an upgrade you could put in any machine that already supported the 6809.
But I agree with pretty well most of what she said. I mean, obviously you can go into more detail in the 600, and there's a bunch of other extra stuff besides just new instructions, new registers, and all kinds of things. The limited indexing, I like. She does mention that's more to the 6800, but I mean, the 6809's indexing is pretty close to the PDP-11's, which is pretty advanced. There's a ton of extended indirect and indexed indirect and all kinds of stuff in there. So I'm not sure I quite agree with that. I don't know where it's really all that limiting. I know there's a few specific things, like say a 6502 has a certain type of index that we don't have, but to be honest, if you set the program up properly on the 609, you'd never use that other way anyway. I know I encountered that when I was transcoding Petsky robots over, because I ended up rewriting whole chunks of routines there because the way they were doing it was optimized for 6502, and the 6809 could do it that way, but it's not the best way to do it. It's actually quite slow. So you'd want to rethink how you're setting up your data tables and stuff like that. Like,
So
say,
you're
not
saying
on two.
We aren't workaround compatible.
Well, basically, you got to play to the strengths of the chip.
Well, right, but yeah, we don't fit the 6502 workarounds. Therefore,
Yeah,
we have limited.
but a lot of the like early CoCo games are not early, I should say, but CoCo games that were ported by big software houses, like for example, Rescue and Fractal's Cronus Rift, which were transcoded across from a 6502 Atari version, or the Apple II version, I should say, in literally 6 weeks. They basically just verbatim copied to set the data tables up the exact same way. And one of the reasons I was able to speed up even the 6809 version by 12% is because I just switched it to start using the native 6809 better way of doing things. That's all I did. I just rearranged how some of the tables were done. And I never did finish. There's more I could do if I took the time to do it. I could speed it up even a bit more and make it smaller. But, I've got a bazillion other projects I'm doing. So if anybody wants it, the source code's on EOU. So feel free to go in there and jump in and optimize it. But anyways, it's a really good presentation. It gets into a fair bit of technical detail and a comparative, comparing different video systems, like video chip systems, going through the different CPUs, going through the different computers themselves. It's actually quite an informative general discussion. It's about 45 minutes. So if you're into that kind of thing, I definitely would watch it. I was just going to breeze through it a little bit here when I was looking at it earlier this week, and then I ended up watching the whole thing start to finish. It was that interesting even to me. So next up, TRS-80 Retro Programming. He's been rather busy with real life, quote unquote, TM, whatever you want to call it. But he got back to his Tales of Suburbia, and he's actually going through and doing some debugging of the save game feature. Now, when he grew up with the CoCo back in the 80s, he never had a disk drive, so he's doing everything on tape, and I keep bugging him. He should go check out Disk Extended Basic, because a lot of the stuff would be a lot easier. Because right now, it's got to be like if you want to get to a certain part of the game, because the game's too big to fit because of all the graphics, into a 32K machine in one shot, is that you please insert tape 4 and hit play to load in the next chunk of the game type thing. And honestly, this would all fit on one disc. The save game would be instantaneous. I'll try to convince him, because I was also trying to convince him to maybe go with the CoCo 3, because one of his big complaints about CoCo 1-2 games, you have such a limited palette, which I'm sure Nick will agree with. But if you go to the CoCo 3, obviously that gets fixed pretty good by the time you get that done. He also, now this is a bit of a weird thing. I don't know if 60 would mention or talk about this on the chat here. He had mentioned that he had tried using the double speed up poke for CoCo 1s and 2s, the one that speeds up the ROM. But he said that when he tried it under XROAR, and I don't know if he's running a current version, if he was running an older version, but he was saying that the tape images got corrupted if he saved with the high speed poke still on, which technically does happen on a real CoCo, though there's a couple pokes to extend or to shorten the amount of time it's looking for the leader of a file. You can actually get it to run and load those programs up again, even at double speed. I used to do it all the time before I got a disk drive. But he was having problems with the corrupting, so he just refuses to use the double speed poke because he figures it just corrupts things. And I'm not sure if that was just a quirk of XROAR or bad luck on his part or what. But 6, if you want to mention what's happened there, please go ahead. Oh yeah, he said it crashes too. Actually, he's in the chat. Well, welcome to TRS-80 Retro Programming. Didn't catch you there before. But yeah, I would love to get this converted to disk, and it's not that hard. The commands are pretty common. Opening files, creating files, read, write, all that stuff's pretty well identical. You just change the buffer number. -1 is cassette. +1 through +15 is for disk files, so it wouldn't be that hard to convert over. Since Ken's absent, I will have to kind of wing this one a little bit. Basically, this is Ken taking his MC10, which has already been upgraded to 8K of RAM and also wired so that you can actually use the entire 8K for video RAM. He decided to also add the composite board so he can start recording it better. Because right now he's just got the standard RF out. So he ordered one of Ed Snyder's composite boards for the MC10. Shows you how to install. It's pretty simple. Replaces the RF can. Now he can record and he gets much better quality video. And he'll be using it, he said, on some of the upcoming Game On challenges that actually have games that are available on both the CoCo and the MC10, possibly including that brand new Adafruit one we just talked about last week. This is an interesting one. This is from the world of Dragon Forms. So Bosco, of course, is the author of Flagon Bird, the Flappy Bird clone. And he's also working on that treasure game. I'm trying to remember the name of it. That actually uses some of the sound chip stuff, like the GMC cartridge sound chip. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But he also, and I don't know if he did these himself or if these were done through some AI thing. I'm kind of guessing AI thing because he released this little zip file you can get from there called Cuthbert Tracks. And it's a bunch of 30-second, roughly, give or take, sound clips Most of them are kind of in the heavy metal genre, which is right up my alley. So I immediately like this. But there's some country stuff and some software stuff and a bit of techno. And he kind of has it singing themes based on Dragon games, the 6809, Micro Deal, the Cuthbert mascot, etc. And I brought one in here just to kind of give you a kind of a clue what it sounds like. These are kind of like, heavy metal versions of what Taylor and Amy do at CoCo Fest type thing. So I'll play just one. Like I said, there's like 20 tracks or 20 little, half minute tracks, and there are a couple different genres. Most are heavy metalish. But I'll just play this one. You guys can tell me what you think at the other side in 30 seconds.
Cold line slashing, enter the fray. 8-bit warrior, Cuthbert's way. Dragon 32 ignites the lore. Micro deal legends forever roar. In the chronicles we fight and score. Walk about the land's quest galore.
Oops. Anyway, it's a whole bunch of those, and I thought that was pretty cool. Rick, you're kind of a hard rock guy too. What did you think? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, I was going to say they got the drone, they got the heavy metal thing going. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, there's a country one in there too, almost old style country. There's a couple of techno
I don't think we
ones.
need the country one.
Well, I mean, everybody's got different taste, right? So I don't mind it as long as it's talking about Dragon and Cuthbert and Microdeal. I don't care.
So do you have it queued up? What's country sound like?
Well, no, I got to leave you a tease for you guys to go download these things and try them out.
We got to go get it ourselves.
Yeah. If you're not a member of the World of Dragon forum, I would join it. I mean, it doesn't cost anything, obviously, but there's also like Paris Surat. That's the first place that those AGD game packs show up. In fact, we'll be covering one of those shortly. So, if you want to get those ahead of time before they even hit Facebook, that's the place to go. Plus, there's just general discussions. There's hardware, software, all kinds of stuff on there. So anyway, that's where you can go get it. You can get the direct link to this actual specific topic as long as you remember the formula. Jump right in, just download the track or set of tracks there. There's a bunch of them in there, and there's some people who have been commenting. Stuart Orchard commented on what his favorites were already, and I commented too that I really liked it as well. And they were done with UDO. Okay, he answered my question because I just left that yesterday. So I think that's what was what Alan Huffman was fiddling with as well. We talked about last week. Hey, there's pretty cool stuff in there. Next up, this is so far a 3-part video series. Retro Ginger Pod is a red-haired YouTuber from the UK. And he got this black plastic-wrapped, supposedly mystery machine, which you can almost tell by the shape of the plastic is a dragon. And from the looks of it, it was stored in this, wrapped up garbage bag or whatever it is in the bottom of a pail of water or something. Because when you see him take it apart and take a look at the power supply board, oh my God, it's bad. I'll see if I can fast forward a bit so you guys can see it. So it doesn't look too bad from here. I mean, you can see a bit of discoloring on the back. But when he actually starts taking it apart, so I can find where he actually pulls that board out. You can really see here by the color, that's not supposed to be a dark brown.
Yes, boys and girls, plastic doesn't keep the water out. Plastic keeps the water in.
But there's the bottom. That's pretty bad.
Whoa.
Do not wrap your stuff in plastic.
Oh.
So the main circuit board is actually not that bad. There's none of this rusting and stuff here, and under the keyboard isn't too bad either. He does have some sticky keys he has to clean up. So anyway, this was his first video where he just kind of is taking it apart and kind of analyzing what have I got here. And you've got a power supply board that's probably pretty useless at this point. So his second part,
just a couple of bodge wires,
a toothbrush, a bit of Crest or whatever, yeah. But here you can see in the case where the water definitely was favoring one side and a little bit dripped up towards the front. The front's not bad though; it's just more dirt. But this is bad. And in fact, one of the connectors here in the back was completely rusted through too. So off the power supply board. So anyway, he did part 2, first power up. And he kind of wired in his own power supply because he found the specs of what it had to be. And much to his surprise, considering the condition the machine was in, it doesn't like boot up to a green screen or anything, but it does boot up with a video signal right off the bat.
And no smoke.
And because the color burst is a lot, he's actually getting a nice white on black. I mean, that would be really nice just as a default, right? I'd like my CoCo to boot up that way. But it keeps changing its values, etc. So he kind of goes through and starts analyzing that, and then he decides he has to do a little bit more research. And then he did his second power up. And as you can see on the screen here, it actually did work. Now, he did get some sticky keys. Now, I think he still has a RAM problem, or possibly maybe even a SAM. Because he types in a little basic program. I don't know how well it is to read here, but it says, 5 print retro ginger 20 go to 5 is what he's going to type here. And then he runs it. Now, normally I would just keep printing this ad infinitum, but he actually gets something else that happens after it prints it for a little bit, which I'll show you.
That is awesome.
Oh. But now it's giving him an undefined line error in 20, which just ran because it goes to line 20 go to 5 is to print that thing. So it runs it so many times, and then all of a sudden it comes with the error. So I'm guessing something is corrupted in the RAM or something, that some bit flipped or something. So all of a sudden it can't find the line.
Too bad he didn't list it now.
Well, he did type in the listing earlier. It's literally 2 lines.
I mean, list it now. What is the listing?
Oh, I think
today?
he did. If I remember
Has it
correctly.
changed? Because I bet.
Yeah, here listed, and it's still showing the same original lines. But why would it suddenly give an error?
5, but 5 isn't a 5 anymore. I'm sure there's a good reason for this, but I can't think of it right now.
But I mean, the 2 lines are pretty well identical from what I can tell from what he originally typed in and ran. So to me, it sounds like something's flaky, RAM or maybe the SAM or something. I don't know. I was hoping maybe you hardware types might have a clue what might cause something like that.
Well, no, it's like line 20 isn't ending anymore, or 5 isn't. Yeah, this could be a whole bunch of things, but it's.
But to me, it points to
RAM.
something in RAM got corrupted, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, some corruption. Yeah.
So
And
I
that
think he
was-
still has to replace his RAM chips, or at least one of them anyway.
If it were a persistent bit glitch, if it were 1 bit gone, it would be, it'd be
It should
more
air out
noticeable
right
than
away
that.
then, right?
More
Yeah, you'd know
This
right away.
is more of a
You'd see the problem.
wanderlust. Yeah.
So the only thing that I can think of, because you mentioned SAM, the only thing that I can think of that would act that way, just on a one-off, without looking at any other debugging information, is that the SAM glitched over to all RAM mode or something, or no, glitched over to having the second 32K bank over in it or something.
Yeah. Now this is a Dragon 32. I don't think it did any banking. I think it just had 32K RAM and then
You can
your
still
16K
tell the
ROM.
SAM to do that.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
don't-
The basic
yeah.
shouldn't be telling it to do that.
Well, a lot of things shouldn't be happening that have happened here.
Yeah.
So,
It shouldn't be swimming in water for 40 years either. But anyway. So anyway, yeah, if you guys have any suggestions, I mean, he's pretty active in the comments. I've saw some other comments and stuff. Unfortunately, I didn't actually find all 3 of these videos until yesterday. And actually, they've been spread out over several days over the course of the last week here. So he's still continuing on his journey of discovering a dragon and figuring out what it can do and getting this one fixed up as much as he can. Next up, YouTube channel called Mostly Horses and Retro Computing, which is one of the odder ones I've seen. MHARC is the abbreviation. That's a bit easier to remember. And he's trying to load in a Dragon 32 tape. Now, I won't play the video here because he's totally unsuccessful. But the thing is, when he actually runs or does a clone, it puts the S on the screen. Good. And then you can hear the audio coming through, which I think he's pumping through separately. I think he split the signal or something. But the Dragon's not picking it up at all. The S never changes to an F, even if it's running through data blocks. He's adjusting the volume. It never sees a darn thing. So I'm thinking either his cable's wrong and it's not actually going to the, the read pin on the cassette port. Maybe it's going to the right pin by accident or something. So I kind of suggest that in the comments. We'll see what happens. But he basically wants to try to get us up and running again. So
or his splitter is the wrong impedance, and
it's taking too much signal away.
Yeah,
it's
could be that
sucking
too.
all the signal to the splitter and not to the Dragon.
I did mention to him in the comments that there's the audio on command. So if you want to hear what the Dragon is actually hearing, type that in first and then try clone again. And I think he did respond to me and said he will give that a shot.
You know how picky these levels are, and you're actually trying to shove the signal into a device that doesn't want to accept it. So I bet, yeah, if he didn't split it, it might even work.
Okay.
Anyway, just sorry.
And I'm curious to see where he goes and what happens on his next try with some of the suggestions I gave. If you guys want to, leave some comments for better suggestions, feel free. Julian Brown, of course, is one of the two people doing modern versions of Dragon boards, with 6E doing the Dragon 64 and Julian doing the Dragon 32. Now, one thing that Julian's been doing is he's making a little daughter card, which will be either for PAL or NTSC, and just swap it in, kind of like we were talking earlier about just swapping in for the joystick board there between Apple II and a CoCo, for example. So same type of thing where you have one main motherboard that stays consistent. You just have this little daughter card thing to handle the video. And he's having some problems here that he's mentioned a few times over the course of the week. This is his last update I got as of yesterday. And he said, I had to play with the new PAL card, popped the op amp instantly. Not a great start, but I found I had the pin numbering wrong in the schematic, which reversed the plus V and minus V, which had fairly inevitable consequences. Seems to need to go over the board again as the sync isn't quite correct. Otherwise, working quite nicely. Hopefully, I'll get some tomorrow or some time tomorrow to spend on it. So, making gradual progress. And this is always what scares me about doing hardware and why I don't do it, because things blow up and that costs money. Now, whereas if I make a mistake programming, it's just my time that's wasted. So,
right, it's software, it's a bug. 5 minutes, it's fixed. It's hardware, it's
well,
a bug.
I wouldn't say
I gotta
that.
order more parts.
Sometimes it takes months to find a bug, especially if it's an intermittent. But it doesn't cost me, money. It doesn't
you don't
cost
have
me.
to put new part in
I can
every
still
reboot.
afford my ramen noodles at the end of the day, is what I'm trying to say. So, I'm glad he figured out what the problem was. This is a pretty cool one. This is a link to this particular page here was given by Richard Harding, who's kind of the Dragon historian. And he's collected up a ton of stuff. Like he's got original documentation from the liquidation of Dragon assets when Eurohard bought all kinds of stuff you won't find anywhere else. And in this case here, a friend of his named Helen, I believe. It says on here. Anyway, she interviewed a person that ran the Dragon Computers and Software data tech store in Malta. For those of you not familiar, Malta is a small little island off the southern part of Italy. And he sold Dragons at this place for a while, and he had teaching classes, and he kind of goes through, they kind of interview like what it was like running this and, what the competition was, how did they do. So like one of the questions, I'll just read as an example here for our audio listeners. Question, how many Dragons do you think you sold, and how many got nicked by people you'd hired them out to? And the answer is nicked, maybe half a dozen over a few years. Sold, if I'm not mistaken, close to 200 machines, which for Malta is a lot. All 32s and 64s. We were never approached about selling the Eurohard 200. And the person that actually owned this story here also mentions that they actually flew a couple times to visit Dragon Data in the UK, and they actually got to see some of the beta versions of the upcoming ones that Dragon was going to be producing, like the Dragon 128. And he was pretty excited about this. He actually got into OS 9. He said he didn't really have time to, try to develop it enough for the sales in the store to get other people interested, but he was quite interested in it. In fact, he apparently had it demoing, OS 9 with a couple of terminals on it just to kind of show what OS 9 could do, even in his own store in Malta. So I didn't even know there was a dedicated Dragon store in Malta. That was kind of cool. And I think the store is still running. That's now obviously PCs and stuff, but he still does classes and everything else too. So this was a pretty interesting interview, and it was pretty interesting to get a perspective from someplace other than the UK or Spain, which is where most of the Dragon action we've seen is, and talking about like some little island. I'm not even sure, is Malta a nation or is it part of another country? I'm not even sure. But you're getting into a very small market and having the Dragon compete against BBCs and Commodore 64s and Ataris, etc. It's a pretty good intro. It's not a super long read, so it's a nice quick one you can go through. And interesting, definitely. Thanks, Richard, for posting that up. And I think that is all I have there for the regular news. So I will switch windows. And I will save the Game On news for last so you guys can segue into the Game On challenge right after. I'll just go through the upcoming shows, which actually has an addition from previous. There we are. So obviously the first one is CoCo Fest is coming up darn fast. In 2 weeks. At this time, we will not be having a show unless some of the other people kind of pick up the slack that aren't attending CoCo Fest, because it'll be happening right now. So really looking forward to this one. It's going to be really cool. Brian's bringing a bunch of really cool stuff. Sounds like we'll have some FujiNet demos there as well. Of course, we got the auctions. We got the Game On Challenge with multiplayer games being the theme. That'll be in the second room that Ken will be hosting. And it looks like attendance is going to break records, probably the best we've done in 15, 20 years, honestly. So I'm really looking forward to this one. This is going to be a fun one. I'm really looking forward to seeing the deluxe in person.
So yeah, just to give you a little update on that, by the way, I did have a conversation with the hotel yesterday to finalize everything. So if you were on the fence or you were late to getting to the website to register for the hotel room, go ahead and register for the hotel room. Shoot me an email at CoCoFest@glensidecccc.com. And I can still get you the block rate at the discounted rate. So,
Sloopy, can you pass that information on to our guests that we had on earlier? Because I don't think they knew that.
You talking about Michael Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all right. Yep. Actually, I already contacted him. He's already contacted me, and it looks like they will be coming. And so we are actually working on maybe moving the CoCoNation table into the overflow room so they can have that table in the main room. So.
Okay.
So
cool.
trying to help them out there, and trying to think here. Also, just let you know too, we will still be having the breakfast buffet on Saturday and Sunday morning. Due to inflation, surprise, surprise, the cost has gone from $14 to $19 this year. So just FYI on that. Yeah. So just food prices are going skyrocketed. In fact, the one thing I found. I'm sorry.
That was a discount.
Yeah, that was a discount.
Bought a Big Mac recently.
Yeah. So, and that's the other thing I was going to tell you too. A lot of the restaurants in the Chicago area are now adding a $3 surcharge to your tickets to help pay for the higher labor cost and insurance too. So, that was another shocker that I found out about when I was up there in February. So, other than that, that's the only update. There's maybe a table left. It may not be here if they take both these tables that are available, but. If you have anything else, or just shoot me an email, and then we'll get you squared away. So, and you still can also purchase dinners too. So they extended that for another week as well.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, all right,
awesome.
that's all I
Thanks
had.
for the update.
Oh, and one more thing too: VCF warehouse tours on Friday night and also Sunday night. So I'll be posting that schedule here probably tomorrow, just for the show as well.
For those who have never done that and have never been to a VCF Midwest, I would definitely recommend doing it. There's a treasure trove, a ton of stuff in there. Historical stuff you won't see anywhere else. There's a gimmicks machine there. There's gimmick schematics there. I mean, there's a bunch of cool stuff in there. So that's the first time I ever saw a Channel F that we mentioned earlier in real life.
And they still got that Mattel thing there, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, there's just rows and rows and rows of stuff. Expect to spend several hours there and you'll still miss a ton of things.
Yeah, I don't think they even know what all they have.
No, I mean, if Bob Swoger, that's where a lot of his stuff that he collected over the decades went too. So some of that stuff's there as well. Okay, next step is the Festival of Portable Computing, May 18th to 19th at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England, same place that the Dragon meetup's at. This show is dedicated to portable computers, this particular one. And they've got the prices there, and they got, family plans, etc. Portable doesn't really apply to the CoCo too much, but we've obviously had a few people like Frank Swigert and Taylor and Emmy who've made portable versions. Of course, we've got CoCo now as well, being produced out of Ontario. So that we'll be pretty soon exhibiting there, I'm guessing, because we'll have some portable CoCos. Next up after that is Boat Fest, the third annual one. And that is happening June 14th to 16th at the Social Event Space in Hurricane, West Virginia. And that's always a fun time. It's a bit more game oriented than say CoCo Fest is, but it's got some hardware upgrades and stuff going on too. It's multi-platform. CoCo is definitely represented there. I was playing Warp Fighter 3D with the actual 3D glasses I brought last year. This year I plan on bringing the DICOM gun interface, the actual original DICOM one, because that's what I have. And let some people from other platforms that have never seen it to give a try of Medieval Madness and Iron Force. So that should be pretty cool. That exact same weekend, if you're more in the Texas area, is VCF Southwest, June 14th to 16th at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center, University of Texas at Dallas. This is a great show that Brendan Donahue and a bunch of other CoCo people are going to, and a regulars there. Boisy's giving a presentation. Jeff Wires of Chronology Game is giving a presentation as well. there's a bit of a Tandy assembly style meetup with a lot of the Tandy alumni that actually, worked at Tandy during the heyday and helped design the CoCo and the TRS-80 Model 1 and stuff, are having a bit of a gathering there too. Mark Siegel's planning on being there as well. So if you want to meet some of the people that created some of the computers you know and love, this is a great show to go to as well. This is the one I added on this week, so I just found out about this one. So there's a Retro-Computing Expo 2024 at the Anvil Center in New Westminster, BC, put on by the Chilliwack Retro Computing Club. And Chilliwack's a little city east of Vancouver, not too far. And they've actually got some presenters there that are of interest. The Naboo panel, so if you've been following the Naboo stuff, they've actually got one of the original Naboo engineers as part of the panel on that one. And then they've got YouTuber Brad Hodge at Tech Time Travel, and then George Phillips, who's done the TRS-80 GP emulator that also emulates the MC10 and the CoCo 1 and 2, and is very active in the TRS-80 Trash Talk podcast and also on the TRS-80 Discord, is also presenting there as well. So there's actually a fair bit going on. This is a single day show from 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. One price admission. Now, if you want to actually kind of get some information from them, you can look up the Chilliwack Retro Computing Club on Facebook. They have their own Facebook page. You will have to join it to get full details, etc. But this is an annual show, which I had no clue even existed. And this is actually quite close to where Ken lives. So once he's back from his little jaunt at Disneyland here, I'm hoping he can get out there because it's not a big drive for him or anything. It shouldn't be that expensive to get there. So that'd be really cool. And of course, there's also VCF West. This is scheduled to be on August the 2nd to 3rd at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California. So you're right in the midst of Silicon Valley. They have a great museum there too that has a lot of history of companies like HP, the history of the CPUs, because I mean, Silicon Valley is where a lot of this stuff started, right? And the admission, I think this year, if I remember correctly, actually covers you both for the VCF show itself and the museum. So you get to do both, a two-for type thing for the same admission price. And that's kind of like the one in the UK where that actually takes place at a history museum, a computer history museum as well. So you kind of get to see both. And we've had reports here from Mark Overholzer. We've had reports here from Mike Berman. He's actually did his Flex display last year. I'm not sure if he's going this year or not, or what his display is going to be if he is. So it'd be pretty cool to figure out what all CoCo people are going to get there, and then kind of show off some things for them too. And that's an empty tab I left by accident. Next up after that is VCF Midwest, the biggin, the huge one, the one that, I think Sloopy, you'd mentioned there was over 1,000 people on one of the days at VCF East. Is that what I heard?
Saturday, yeah, like 400, 1,000, and no, I think it was 600 or 700 for Friday, 1,000 for Saturday, and 400 or 800 for Sunday.
Okay. And from what I've been hearing for the VCF Midwest people, it sounds like this will be 4 to 5 times bigger than that. Yeah. So this one's huge. And of course, it's at its new location this year.
Which I believe the hotel has been totally sold out too, if I'm not mistaken.
I think even one of the second hotels have been sold out now, or pretty close to it.
Yeah.
Third time
last
or
I read.
fourth time or something.
Well, not the same hotel. They've actually, the one hotel is done. You can't get any more rooms.
Yeah, they sold it out and then they
and the
sold
second
it out,
hotel
and
is,
they
last I
sold
heard,
the
is
next
either
one.
sold out or pretty close to it. So
Yeah, so it's getting
now because it's in Schaumburg, which is where Rainbow Fest was held from 1983 to 1991. There's a Hyatt Regency Woodfield right across from the Woodfield Mall, is another one in the area. There's a few others as well. So there's still some stuff that's fairly close that you can
there's
get
a
to.
lot of there's a lot of hotels in that area.
Yeah. You're actually not far from where Motorola, one of their main offices, was too. Is it still there? I don't even know.
No, they've moved out of there.
Oh, they have. Darn. Because we actually had guests from there come to CoCo Fest a few times, like the who's the guy who had the laser that was controlled by the CoCo? Steve something Ski. But he actually demoed it, and then he actually ended up auctioning it off at one of the CoCo Fests there. All right, this is the biggie. This is one I'm going to make it some year. Probably not this year.
No, please don't.
Well, at least not until Grant, is busy doing stupid things like chasing storms. But yeah, this is if you're into general retro computing of all shapes and sizes, this is the show to go to. Following up that in September is Tandy Assembly. So if you're into general Tandy, which is CoCo's pocket computers, TRS-80 Model 1 through 16s, Tandy 1000 to 4000s, this is the show for you. This is in Springfield, Ohio. as I mentioned, on the 27th to 29th at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield. And they've had some pretty cool CoCo displays there too. There's multiple vendors that are CoCo related. Their presentation, the talks, they've had people like Stuart Chaffee from the Computer Chronicles there before. They've had Scott Adams of Adventure International there before. So they get some pretty big names. And this is another one I will eventually make it to. It's just a matter of timing and money. And I'm working on that. And then the last one is another UK one. This is the Retro Computing Festival, which is kind of their equivalent of VCF. It's a general all retro type show, and it's their biggest one. And it's at the same place as the portable one we talked about earlier, the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England. This is November 9th to 10th. I think the Dragon meetup is usually in October. Last I talked to Sixie, Karen in the chat, they hadn't quite submitted the days yet. So hopefully once we hear that, we'll be adding that to the list of upcoming shows too. And that's another one I will eventually make it to. Because we've kind of had visiting with them and pictures and videos from them before, and it looks like a really fun time. And of course, in proper English tradition, they all hit the pub right afterwards. So you can look forward to that if you make it out to that show.
You got a lot of traveling to plan.
Oh yeah, I do. The damn somebody won the $70 million in the lottery yesterday. It wasn't me. I was kind of disappointed by that, or I would have been doing all these shows. Anyway, that's the upcoming shows. So now I'll switch over to the Game On one, and then I will vacate and let you guys handle it. Who's running the Game On challenge? And is it just Sloopy? Are you going to be handling that segment yourself?
Yep.
Okay.
I got a different slacker this week.
Unless someone else wants to help.
Won't be me. I got to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, you missed a really good presentation by Josh. 48K RAM.
Oh.
Yeah.
What show are you going on, Curtis?
The ICC, International Computer Club, that the Amigos host every few months.
Cool.
You probably need to tell them not to do it during the same times our show is.
I have to cut them some slack in this because this is the week that Aaron and Brent's mother passed away.
Oh.
So this is
Yeah, it does when it does.
it's the CoCo show was supposed to be on tomorrow, and they couldn't do it. The only reason the ICC is still going on is they have a bunch of people from Europe and internationally that already had presentations lined up and taking time off from their families and stuff to do it, so they didn't want to suddenly delay it. But the CoCo show has definitely been delayed at least a couple of weeks. So that's why.
That's understandable.
Yeah. They normally do it, a bit more offset from our shows. So it doesn't help that our shows get longer and longer and longer.
And
either,
longer
but
and
anyway.
longer.
Well, again, Curtis, you're the one who talks, so you can adjust that.
Well, no, you guys got to quit inventing all this new stuff I have to keep talking about. That's the
Getting
problem.
crap in interjection.
If nothing was happening, I'd be done in 5 minutes. As Nick is fond of saying, should have picked a deader computer. Okay, first up, Paris Surratt has released AGD Games Pack number 12 for the Super Sprite FM Plus board. So it's just been a few weeks since he released the 11th pack. So once again, if you have this and this board works on a CoCo 1, 2, or 3, or a Dragon 32, or a Dragon 64 and adds hardware sprites, a sound chip, a better graphics modes with more colors, etc. It's basically an MSX chipset that plugs into the CoCo the Dragon. And I mean, we've got a few upgrades like that, but this one seems to have the most software support so far because this is the 12th pack of at least 4 games pack the pair's done. So, there's dozens of games available for it. So the 4 that he converted over in this one for the Super Sprite is Castle of Sorrow, Droid Buster, Flight version 2, and Space Escape. Now, I don't have any videos here to actually show you or let you listen to what the sound and stuff sounds like, though we have covered that a little bit before, like a couple of years ago when he first started doing the Super Sprite Enhanced packs. But you definitely see the graphics improvements here with the extra color here. This is actually running on a Dragon. So you can kind of see the color detail. It's basically the same resolution as Dragon 256 by 1i2, I believe, but with 16 colors and hardware sprites. So that's one of the games there. That's the Castle of Sorrow first. Here's a splash screen for Droid Buster. And then this one kind of has a 3D top level perspective type thing, similar to something like Wizard's Den is the CoCo Dragon one, or Backtrack's another one type thing. I don't think it is a scrolling like Backtrack, but nice top view there. Here's Space Escape. And I kind of recognize the fuel. I think that's one of the ones from Scrambler. It looks pretty similar. Mostly platformers because that's what the AGE engine is usually used for. And here's Flight, which almost looks like a Bubble Bobble style thing. I'm not sure if it plays exactly that way or not, but that's kind of what it looks like. But as you can see, much more colorful than a standard, even CoCo artifacted, graphics. And of course, the Dragon being PAL did not have artifacts. So they were just limited to, PMO 3 colors or black and white. Anyway, that's a download that you can get directly from the link on the World of Dragon archive forum. There's an upload section. If you go there, every time Para does an upload of either the regular AGD game ports, the CoCo and Dragon, or if he does the Super Sprite enhanced ones, this is the first place they always show up. Next up, Erico Patricio Montero has been working on a low-res fighting game with swords that he's comically called the Savage Sword of Kokon, which is kind of a take on the Savage Sword of Conan, if you guys are familiar with the comic book, or the book series for that matter. And he did a little animated GIF here. Now, he said it was skipping a little bit of frames here, so it's not quite as smooth as the actual game. And this is all done in like SemiGraphics 4, your standard set, reset, character string graphics. And as usual, he does just genius, because you have to do weird color mixing because every 2x2 pixel grid has to be a single color plus black, and you can't mix colors there. But I mean, for the low res that he's dealing with here, he just makes these animations look incredible. And then he was a bit disappointed with the GIF and how it actually, kind of blips through things a little bit too fast. We actually did a short YouTube video here too to kind of show it, running on a CRT with no skipped frames, etc. Hopefully you won't get any skipped frames from me from upload bandwidth, but we'll see. And he literally blasted this out in a few days, and he's going to try to get a finished version that we can actually include this as one of the games on the live Game On Challenge at CoCoFest.
His motion capture is excellent. I mean, even though it's such low resolution, you can tell exactly what's going on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and you get the little splats when you hit the other player. You get blue splats when you hit the armor or a shield or a sword or something. So he's got the differences there too. It's got health meter bars up at the top.
You can tell which way the character is leaning from the legs and just.
Yeah, the death sequence, which he shows at the end here when the one player gets killed. Let me just fast forward here a little bit. Is pretty cool too. I don't know if he's gonna have time to add sound before the CoCoFest stuff there, but so he just kind of collapses down on the ground. That was so well done for that low of res. I mean, first he goes on his knees,
right? And then he falls down.
Hit.
Yeah.
Attention to detail.
Yeah, I would never do this because as Nick knows, when I was working on my Liberation game, it took me days to draw enough animation just to make a guy walk. And that was frustrating as hell. So next time I do that, I'm going to hire Eric.
Motion capture and rotoscoping are your friend.
Right, because with this view of pixels, you have to be right with every single pixel.
I'd be interesting to see what you could do. I mean, obviously he's writing this in BASIC. I think he's using the UG BASIC, micrographics BASIC, which compiles to faster speeds. But I'd like to see if I don't know if UG BASIC currently supports it, but if it started supporting the higher semi-graphics modes for the CoCo 1 and 2, which if you set up the gimme right, you can kind of fake as long as you're not writing text. If you started using a 64, 9 or 10 color screen like this, but you started doing like by 120 or 96 or by 192 for much more detail, I'd love to see what you could do those.
Erico just jumped on the chat.
Oh, trying to watch this over the phone.
Yep.
Next up, this is a video of a game we just covered on the Game On Challenge not too long ago. Retro Trailer 2 on YouTube. I'm not sure who that is. Is it anybody on the panel? Nope. I don't know if it's anybody in the chat. But he put up a gameplay video of a recent Game On Challenge game, Time Fighter by Mark Data Products, and he actually plays it long enough that he gets to the second time period where you're going from fighting dragons in the BC times and gets up to 1939 for World War II. So we played this just recently, so I'll just play a tiny little clip of it, but it's a single shot. You got to shoot things. You've got to keep track of your bullets and your fuel. Then you go to a second phase where you've got this radar beam coming out of the front of your ship, which only fires off if you're at the center. And then you get to briefly see where the stuff's coming down to hit you. And then you just got to kind of memorize where that is and dodge it. And then you've got to, do the refueling sequence and to get to the next time period. Fun game. Not easy. I will say that, especially the second level when they start doing these smart bomb things and stuff. And of course, what would a game section of our show be without some Jim Gary MC10 ports? So I got two to mention today. One is a brand new port that he just did. The other one is some bug fixes for a port he did earlier. So the first one is the new one. It's called Enchanted Island. It was originally programmed by Greg Hassett in 1979 for the Model 1 and 3. Jim added a title screen to it here using some semi-graphics for color. Now, I will mention that this, the original version, Greg Hassett wrote this text adventure game when he was 13 years old. So, you know, this is getting a young teenager writing a game, and he's getting it ported, 40 some odd years later, 45 years later, to get ported to another platform. So that's kind of cool, just in and of itself. And the other one is by the same kid, 1 year later, 1980. This one is called Voyage to Atlantis, which I think we covered recently, but he did update it with some bug fixes. Played a little bit in the background, and he's got kind of an animation here where he's got the sub kind of sinking to the bottom along with the title. Now here it's called Atlantis Adventure, and he called it Voyage to Atlantis. I'm not sure why the discrepancy. But he said, I fixed some bugs regarding the verb get, which allowed you to get the Minotaur. So you can pick up one of the monsters and throw them in your inventory. That's awesome. I'd leave that bug in. That's great. Also, some messages if you're trying to get other NPCs is also fixed. Thanks to an anonymous poster on my blog who let me know about the problem. So anyway, a couple more MC10 games to get. Thank you, Jim Gary. Next up after that, we've got Tim and AJ, who have returned to the CoCo for episode 131 of Sibling Rivalry. And they're playing Vulture by J. Morrison Micros. Now, this is actually originally a UK game. I believe, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. I think this was a Dragon version originally, or it was at least a simultaneous release between the Dragon and the CoCo. Unfortunately, the title screen in this one is a higher semi-graphics mode. So Tim and AJ are playing on a CoCo 3, which does not support that. So the title screen is a bit ratched. Let's see if I can find a picture of it here. So a telltale sign, if you see it repeating the exact same text, that's meant to be like two scan lines of those text characters and the next two scan lines, next two scan lines. So this would have been probably an SG-12 game. And, there's supposed to be these thin red and white lines and then a stretched out graphic for the word Vulture. And Vulture is kind of, I guess, faintly Galaxian, but it's more like if you've played Phoenix or if you've played Demon Seed on the CoCo or the TRS-80 Model 1 and 3, it's like one of the Phoenix stages where the birds come down at you, but you can shoot and crack open the eggshells and stuff. Now, it looks like here, Tim must have modified the palette because this is not a normal palette. This would normally be a green screen background. That's what I remember seeing it as. Black, obviously, on the CoCo 3, you can change palette registers. So you can change with the default colors for any game, really. I'll play a little bit of it here. Hopefully there's not too much swearing because sometimes they get frustrated. Though they think they've finally discovered the secret as to why AJ's been doing so bad compared to Tim in the games lately, and that's because of the way the ring lighting and stuff was set up. AJ has been getting reflections off the screen to the point where she can't even see the bullets coming down. And they actually go and switch because somebody hit the key for the next player to go. They actually switch seats, and then AJ goes, I can see the bullets now. And then Tim had to admit, it is kind of hard to see the bullets from over here. So we'll have to see if this makes the scores a bit more equal from now on, now that they know this, and you might adjust the seating arrangements a little bit.
Jake is up, Tim.
Should I just finish it?
Oh, so you're gonna try to win?
I haven't. Okay.
Oh, are you?
All
Really?
right,
Are you gonna start to win?
let me die.
Oh, let AJ die. Let AJ die with 0 points.
No, this isn't your game. This is my game. I'm just gonna die off with 0 points.
Mm-hmm.
So we can actually get some actual gameplay.
You sit here and tell me if you can see them.
Yeah, here's the big reveal.
You get over there. You get over there. I'll play Tim right
Hi,
now.
everybody. Oh, I'm too tall. I don't want to move the camera.
Don't move it.
My head's being cut off.
Oh, well.
Like I have a lepidopatry.
Oh, see, yeah, I can see your bullets. I can't see them when I play.
Oh, you can see them from my position?
Yes.
I can sort of see them here. They are a bit harder to see, I will admit.
Oh, you will, huh?
I wasn't saying that.
Yeah. So that was kind of fun to see that. It's too bad they're not going to be able to make the show. They're going to a couple shows a year. They've got some other shows they want to visit for the first time this year. Hopefully they'll be back next year because it's always fun to have them around. And I would definitely love to see. It's too bad they couldn't made it this year when they had the live game on challenge, but I'm hoping that becomes an annual thing. And then we can maybe have a crossover and they can actually, we'll play against them on some of the same games. And then the last one here before I trek out and let Sleepy handle all the game on stuff is Retro Bloke, who is one of the publishers of one of the very first retro magazines starting back in the 1990s. And he kind of does an unboxing display video here of a Star Trek clone from the Dragon with the original microdeal packaging and everything else. And it's actually quite a well-done package. And we've talked about this many times that the Dragon seems to get much better packaging than most CoCo games ever did here, especially for third party. Tandy would be the exception, I guess. They actually did pretty good packaging too. But I'll just let you guys see this it's a YouTube short, so it's not even that long.
What about this one then? Space Fighter by Microdeal. Look at this lovely card box. I mean, these are super, super rare games. And this has got a very nice way that this, look at this absolute stitch up of Star Trek. So many Star Trek rip-offs they got away with. And look, it's a lovely, lovely design, like a piece of foam and set wedged in there. And then a nice slipcase. I actually quite like this box design. Of course, just like I've discussed many times, an anomaly, awkward to put on the shelf. You haven't got many games in this size, but if all Dragon 32 games all lined up looking like this, standardized boxes like in television or Atari VCS, wouldn't that look fabulous?
I have to agree. Now, you'll notice on the back, the screenshots, I think, were the Commodore 64, the Atari 8-bit version. I'm not sure. So obviously this was a cross-platform game that Microdeal sold. And they did sell for multiple platforms. They even, had stuff like the port of Grabber from Tom Mix over to the C64 that Ken showed on his channel a while back. But I just love the fact that the Dragon, even though their games were a lot cheaper, because they obviously money was much more of an issue in the 80s and 70s in the UK than it was here. And disk drives were hugely expensive. Almost nobody had them on any of the platforms unless you're rich. Whereas by 83, 84, we were all straight over, like, who uses cassette anymore? But they still took the time and money to make these professional packages for the games, even for the bargain basement ones. They're just in full color and everything else. I love them.
I have never seen a full box cassette game before.
I have. We've even had a few here, like Adventure International actually did that kind of stuff for the CoCo. Mind you, they made the same boxes for everybody to put a sticker on it. But
box?
yeah,
Wow, okay.
in fact, they had plastic, coated ones and stuff too. So, but not very many. You're right. I mean, Spectral didn't, Tom Mix didn't. They would give you a little colored sheet with a Xerox black and white, chunk of stuff on it. And that was it. There's your
right, a nice
in a lunch bag, a Ziploc lunch bag
card, maybe, or a lunch bag. Exactly.
Yeah, for the Commodore and the Atari, you'd see the colorful boxes and such for the cassette games. But once like 83, 84 hit, you didn't, and disc drive became common. You didn't see anything for disc or for cassette.
Yeah, I was same in the CoCo too. You could still order them, like the company still sold them, but they were not selling that many of them.
Yeah, you would see even the advertisements in the back for people selling like from home. You wouldn't see many of them would be advertising cassette games. Most of them were disc.
Yeah. It was a whole different market there. It's just it's amazing how much different. I mean, they had really good packaging, far beyond what most of our companies did, especially for a market as small as the Dragon, which was like 400,000 units sold, maybe 500 if you want to include the Dragon 64. But they were selling like they had what did they call it? Pocket Money Software was one of the companies where they sell like a tape of a decent game for like £3, which is like $5 type thing. You never saw prices like $5 here for brand new games on any of our platforms that I know of. That'd be the bargain basement bin after it's been on the market for 5 years and they're trying to clear them out.
Yeah, Mastertronic, and that'd be about it. And most of those games were either good and old or not so good.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some of the CoCo, like the compilations of 50 basic games for $10, and they all suck, and half of them are buggy. Anyway, speaking of games, I'm gonna drop this off to Sloopy to talk about the Game On Challenge, and I will see you guys next week.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Curtis.
Bye.
So, did we want to do the game on results or do finish the rest of the project updates?
I don't think anyone knows anymore.
Sorry, I had to warn them that there was a Curtis coming.
Okay, I'll tell you what, why don't,
Why don't we do the project updates and
Yeah.
acquisitions and then do the game on?
that's what I'm thinking. So that would be, Frederick, you would be up. Let me turn on the button over here. There we go.
Can somebody post in the chat where we can see Curtis at?
I did.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yep.
The Twitch thing?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So on a side note, I decided to have a little fun. Oh, I've got to say this. Things have not been going as fast as I wanted to because I have a new girlfriend and it's taking a bit of my time.
Just a bit.
But before that, I sort of had time to work on this little thing here, which is 4 AY3 8910s sound chips. And it's almost working. I mean, I can hear it working. It's just that my circuitry for the amplification is not up to par yet. So I just need to work on that if I have time. But what I wanted to show you was this little thing is the PCB of my project. Basically, it's a hybrid card that can go on my passive backplane that I've shown before. Here, this, and or it can be a hybrid where I put a barrel connector, reset, and power switch right here, and it becomes a single board computer. So I am going to try, and I'm telling you, try to build it up and have it for CoCo Fest.
Gotta be careful. Someone's gonna want to stick that into an ISA slot.
Right?
It is ISA compliant, but don't put it on a motherboard.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but
don't cross the voltages, so if someone does, it doesn't smoke.
Right.
And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah. Can Frederick come out and play? We miss him.
All right. Let me play the.
I've got a very quick one that if I can throw in.
Okay.
In the chat, let's see. Can I cut and paste? I will very quickly cut and paste something in the chat if I can do so. But I seem to have lost the ability to do Control V. What the heck is going on?
A lot of things disappeared off your computer.
C D. Okay, there's a link. So I guess my project and acquisition is I made a user manual for the CoCoIO. So if you really want to read about it, I have the link in the chat will go to this PDF, and you can see what we're doing on this project as far as for HTML and booting from Axiom boot and things like that. It'll be upgraded for the fest, I think, but I just kind of want a little pre-fest hype, you know? So this is all of the various crap that I've written about over the last year, all brought into one place. And side projects and everything. There's links.
Oh, for the CoCoIO.
Yeah, for the CoCoIO Ethernet card. So
it says it right there. CoCoIO user manual.
Actually, it says CoCoIO R user manual.
Oh yeah, we include the ROM on this one. You don't need it, but you can have it. We won't discriminate.
I thought it was CoCo or user manual.
Right. No, this was supposed to be a whole IO card, and as chips went away, and it just got smaller and smaller, and now it's getting bigger again. So anyway, we have
color.
that, and let's see, nothing else. Oh, I wanted to point this out while I'm here. Tandy didn't invent the using any random color that you have handy for their connections. I bought these two cards in '97 for resale. They were from the same lot from Bob Puppo. And if you look, he just took a grab bag and whatever colors he had, that's what he soldered on the board. So we have one that's yellow, green, and black, and one that's red, and black.
Well, that's because those things would come in like a 10-pack of every color.
Well, right. You cut it in half and you get 20 chords. But
right.
anyway, I just want to say it wasn't all Tandy's fault. We all did it. So, that's my bit.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, the only acquisitions I got, y'all already talked about, so. Well,
Go get more stuff.
Huh?
Get more stuff.
I did get more stuff. It's just that all the acquisitions I got were already talked about. Because I got the joystick, I got the Atari joystick adapters. I got the FujiNet, but for the Macintosh, and I've got the FujiNet for the CoCo. The cartridge that Michael was talking about, I got one of those. I mean, what more? I mean, can I talk about?
How about the Game On Challenge?
Oh, that's
hey, there's something different. Beep.
I gotta figure out what the right buttons are for this. Okay, go ahead.
All right. You caught me off guard. I missed my cue.
That's all right.
let's-
I have to do this one all manual since there's no actual video behind it.
There, how's that look?
There we go.
Please work. We are on Game On episode 2011 or 211. We've done 211 of these. And this week,
we have a syntax error. Edit, quick edit.
Try this again. We are on episode 211 of the Game On Challenge. And load, thank you. We played Adam. Original idea from Mark Siegel and programmed by Gary Sullivan. We had 9 scientists. In 9th place, we had Marco, who got to hydrogen. We had Mr. Dave 6502, who got to hydrogen. Now, maybe if he upgraded to a 6809, he could have gotten higher. But hey. Mike got to level 5, boron. Shenley got to 6, carbon. Jim Rye got to 8, oxygen. I got to 8, oxygen, but it doesn't count because I did not submit a screenshot. So ignore that. Jim, you got 4th place. 3rd, Coconut Bob got to 19th level, potassium. Dr. Ted, he got to level 36, krypton. And the number one, I forgot to change that. The number one scientist, it's been a while since I've done this. Ken needs to go on vacation one. Is Retro Rick, who got up to level 49 with India. Thanks for playing.
Wow, he needs a salute then, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Right.
So the CoCoNation salutes Retro Rick.
Yahoo!
Yahoo!
So,
was there only 50 in this game to begin with?
Something like that, yes.
50, 56, something like that.
Yep. Unfortunately, because I am so far behind on stuff, I forgot to. I didn't realize I was doing the high score until Thursday. I didn't remember I was doing the high score until Thursday when I said to Ken, "Hey, you're going to be on the show tonight on the Game On Live," and all I got was crickets, and I was like, "Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be doing the Game On this week." Yeah, you can tell I'm really up on things, but I guess we can review it here. It was a fun game. It wasn't that popular with some people because the initial controls were a little getting used to. It did take some knowledge and some a bit of a steep learning curve to get into it.
Well, let's put it this way: during the dramatic reading, I got lost.
Yeah. Yeah, when you get lost reading the directions, you know something's up. And it's, I mean, as I told Curtis, I said, you're not going to talk to me about Neutroid when we've got games like this. So did anyone else here play it besides Mark and Mark? I hear crickets again.
Yeah, sadly, no. I've been playing the Get a New Car game. It's quite irritating.
I guess not.
Yeah.
Why didn't anyone else play? I mean, come on. And just so everyone is clear, I'm looking at you, Frederick.
What you talking about?
I mean,
He's got a new girlfriend.
I've got a newish girlfriend. I mean, she and I have only been together 5 years, and I was still able to make it.
Yeah, but it's been a month. It's still new. And on top of that, on Thursdays, we play badminton for Thursday nights. So it's kind of hard to.
That's what I call it these days.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you need to reschedule. You're already busy on Thursdays.
Why don't you play badminton on Tuesdays? But yes, yes, your lack of attendance on the Game On Challenge has been noticed, and we would love for you to come back, but we understand if you have different priorities. We won't hold them against you.
Your lack of attendance has been noted.
So the best I could figure out on that game was you take your cursor, you pick up an electron from that's free roaming, and then you got to shoot it at a hole that's in the inner ring past the outer ring guards. And I think as time goes on, you get more and more of the holes, and it gets harder to get them past the because you end up with multiple layers of holes.
Yeah,
you have to get to, but you still got to shoot it past this outer layer that's guarding it.
Well, basically, they're the path of the
And so this is where you put the game up so we can see it.
Yes.
Right.
So
do you get to change the moderator so you can your injection speed changes and all that kind of atomic bombing stuff?
I have to find a thing of it. Let's see here.
Because that makes them big atoms really hard to build, doesn't it?
Was people were playing it last weekend on the Game On?
Yep.
Weren't they?
There we go. And let's bring this over here. And there we go. And let's
Shooting from the night before.
Share that.
And we just talk amongst ourselves for the podcast listeners who think they're radio.
I wonder what the heck we're doing.
Well, that's why I'm saying what I'm doing. So I'm moving stuff around.
Divide by 12 and carry the 4.
Where is it? There it is. Share. Okay, hopefully that looks reasonable.
Yep.
And there.
Is there any spot where I'm highlighting the
I don't know.
game?
How about full screening that though?
How do I full screen it?
Way to the right on the bottom.
Where? What?
No, on the bottom of
Down at
the
the bo-
black window, right
At the
underneath the
bottom
chat.
where you have the timeline for the video, there should be a little like an outline box.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, down
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, there
yeah,
we go.
right
Full
there.
screen, right there.
Oh, okay. Well, I shared the window, not my whole screen, so I figured it
Right.
would show the whole thing.
No, no, no. No such luck.
All right. Basically, you have like this inner ring of dots, and those are where the electron should go. And then the outer ring is the next level, and it only shows one level out from where you're sending them from. So you have to pick up these nice little free floating electrons, and then get them into the innermost open spot.
So in that example, there's only two.
Yes,
holes.
there's only 2 on the first one, and then there's 8 in the second ring, and I think there's like 20 in the third. So yeah, to catch one of the electrons, you have to go up to it and hold down the button when that little thing in front of your ship is close to it. I think part of the problem with the controls that most people were having is you're going around the thing, and your controls are relative to your player. So left is left, right is right, not relative to the screen. So you have to like hit right to go right. You go like counterclockwise around it, and left goes clockwise around it, which is why I think most people were having problems. And then you push up to go towards the center and back to come out from the center.
Suck it.
Yeah. So so on that, yeah. So on the lower ones, you show the next levels.
Yeah, like here in the top right player, you have to get past the outer one, the outer ring to the second ring, because the ring, the 2 inner ring are already full. And when
okay.
And then when it goes out like that, you have to go behind the 3 little things to protect yourself from the spinny things. I'm sorry. I don't remember what they're called.
I wish we'd had this in chemistry. It's much more interesting than the Bohr diagrams that we had to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why we have Ken do this and Curtis do this, because they're much better at it than I am.
Well, but you're doing it. So
yeah. Yeah. I found that when you couldn't grab one of the things, one of the free floating electrons like that, you want to go into the protection behind those three round white things, because the atom is about to go haywire.
It's fixing to blow.
You blew it up.
Yeah.
You done wrong.
Yeah, it's Hamster Huey and the Gooey Bluey, if anyone gets that reference.
It's like you made a new element.
Yeah.
They went
I actually,
supernova.
once I understood what needed to be done, I liked this game. But the only thing that I really thought was most difficult part was the timer. Because the thing is that as the holes are spinning around that you have to get to, sometimes you'd have to wait for them to go around 2-3 times before the open hole, the open spot came around to where you didn't hit the one that's further out from it.
I mean, think of the math that was involved with this, because you got the inner ring being a smaller orbit is spinning faster than your outer ring.
Yeah.
You probably only needed to calculate them like a quarter of the time, and then you just
reflect it around. Yeah.
Reflect it around, like they used to do things on the old Atari 2600. You would only do a quarter of the screen, and then the other 3 sides were horizontal and vertical flips of it.
So
I kind of like it as far as memorizing valences and orbits and stuff. This would be a great way to do it. I
Yeah.
had to just read the books. It was horrible. I would have loved this.
today, no one else here played.
I tried a little bit.
I
Adam?
I guess I guess if I call out Frederick, yeah, I guess if I called out Frederick, I should also call out the other person that was noticeably missing. Henry.
What other person?
Henry.
Hmm.
The I'm on mute, Henry.
I work on Thursday nights.
That's no excuse. I mean, new girlfriend, I guess we can let that slide. But work?
How about like 10 people that I got to take care of and keep track of in recovery?
Well,
Okay.
set them in front of a CoCo.
Those are just
Yeah,
people.
set them in front of a CoCo.
2 weeks to CoCo Fest. That's your only valid excuse.
There's your 12 joysticks sold. Yeah, I played it actually today quite a bit. I got up to iron 26, I think.
See, you could have been third.
What did I get to? I missed it.
I don't
My
remember.
internet crapped out.
I just saw an atom explode. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you were already in third.
Oh.
19. You posted.
Yeah, just finally towards the end, I realized when you hit the outer orbit is when the atom explodes. You
Yep.
can hit the nucleus all day long and it's fine.
Just electrons. They're going to do nothing down there.
Yeah,
right.
because Mark Siegel was saying that they should have had it so that if you hit the nucleus, it explodes.
Makes two. Yeah.
Well, no, if you hit the nucleus, what you should have do is like it does an electron capture and then winds up becoming a neutron. So you wind up losing a space.
Okay.
You get a bigger element.
That would probably be not a bad idea either.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, then you get out of the island of stability and your nucleus becomes unstable and then it really explodes.
Hey, Mark, can you get a hold of the programmer and add those features?
Program in the magnetic bottle to hold it together too, so we can play with it.
Yeah. So.
All right.
All right. And that was Atom for our final game. And then we also played Bootskill, I guess it's called. Which it seems to be a sliding block game. Anyone here play this?
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
Interesting.
Um,
So yeah, it does give you the same patterns over and over again. So yeah, you could learn them, but yeah.
but if you haven't, you can't play it. Is that what you're saying?
I think I did it about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah,
but I did get the level 3.
Yeah, I usually play the games that are ending. So
Well, I already figured out the Atom was way too hard for me.
I had to dig out a CoCo 2 to play Atom, so that's why I was playing Bootskill. But I did finally dig out the CoCo 2.
But I think at the beginning of the show, you'd see me playing it. I did post a high score on it, 900, I think it was, or something like that.
let's see here.
So, because as you're moving around, you can either destroy the blocks or push a block. And if you get on the last block in front of one of the ghosts there, it was more likely they were going to push that block on you. So it's almost easier just to drop a block on one of them. Do not adjust your set. So this is Adam again. Do you want to scroll back to the beginning or?
We're floating, yes.
Yeah, let's.
So, boot skill.
So I'm one. I think I'm one of those top two guys. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So what's the deal with this game?
So those are blocks of ice. So you can either destroy a block like that or push one. So if there's another block in the direction you're going, it'll destroy the block you're trying to click on. If there's space behind it, it'll push the block down that space.
Okay.
And the idea is to squash the other guys before they can squash you.
They squash you the same way, ramming a block at you.
So you go high is the key.
Yeah, you can either get them horizontally or vertically, but
if you're underneath, you're losing because they're going to drop something on your head, right?
Yeah.
No, they'll push them sideways too. It's the trick is to get there before they get there.
Trick is to get 2 blocks between you and them. Wait till they break the one and then bump the other towards them and take them out.
They die. Okay.
You gotta
that.
hold back.
Yep, I got that about a half dozen times. It's like, oh, okay.
So yeah, you got the CoCo 2 version and the CoCo 3 version.
But at least touching them, you don't die.
Right.
All right. So it
In fact,
seems
they
very
don't
much
even
like-
really run at you.
Yeah, it seems very much like a, what is that game called? Tango, I think. Where you're pushing all the ice blocks around.
Yeah, it is kind of like another. There was another game we did that was kind of like this.
All right.
Okay.
What's next?
Yeah. What's next
You
week's
want to
game?
know what's next? All right, give me 1 second, and I'm on. Let's see here. Stop share.
You can say anything. We won't know you're
Sure.
making it up.
All right.
Actually, your job to make it up. So.
Yep. So, any idea what this is?
X-Roar?
Well, it is X-Roar running the game. I guess you need more of a hint, don't you?
Yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit
we got
more.
a speed poke. That's all we got.
Yeah, that's
Hey, why is it not there?
Well, that's not one I'm familiar with.
Wrong MU again. Try CoCo 3.
No, I made sure. It's CoCo 3.
What's an HP error?
High res print.
All right.
Kick it in the. Yeah.
This will be a big hint.
Crystal something, huh?
All right. Try this again. So you got a hint as to what might be in the name.
Well, there's an owl, I guess.
right. This game is called Crystal Revenge. And let's see here. Let's get this copy. Paste.
Any
And
particular settings we need to use?
yep, let me share the screen. There we go. Share. And this is the game. And basically what you're doing is it's somewhat like a missile command where you're controlling a laser. You have ships attacking your planet. They're coming from the left, going to the right, and you use a laser to stop them.
Ooh, lasers.
Yeah.
Because
Unfortunately, they're
space
not
games
cards.
sell.
Now, for the difficulty setup, we're going to be playing on 4. I mean, gee, I'm smart.
Difficulty 2, maybe?
3.
3?
3 hits before planet is destroyed. And then after that is number of waves attacking your sector. We're going to do 4 on that one. So the first question it asks you is 3. The second question is 4. And
Because it was asking difficulty level 2 through 5.
yes, after it asks for the first one, it asks for a second one. Let's see here. And where is and where is there it is. No, no, there it is. Where's the controls? Oh. Yeah, they went over there.
I don't know, but your browser looked like my mother's.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to show that side. I should have just shown that. I should have just shared this window, this screen. So let's do that. Share this screen. Yep, that one. Nope, that one. Share. There we go. All right, there's that game.
Tabs.
Yep. You see where it shows here the difficulty setup? First, it asks for the number of crystal home hits before planet is destroyed, which is 3, and number of waves attacking your sector, you want 4.
Oh, okay.
And I will put this in the game on challenge.
Take
So
a picture. It lasts longer.
I did. That's why I did.
Yeah, okay.
See? But yeah, this is it's an arcade style game done entirely in BASIC. I do recommend running it in a CoCo 3 or an emulator with 1.2 with speed up, because on a CoCo 1 or 2 in slow mode, it is, or well, regular mode, it is a bit slow and almost tedious. But in a CoCo 3, it is a playable game. It's as the website for some unnamed person that does a lot of game info. It was written by Tom Roginski, published by Owlware, and the release is evidently likely late 1982, for sure January 1983. First ad in Rainbow is January of 83. So
unless it was still vaporware.
It came out in June.
And yeah, it'll run on a 1, 2, or 3. But as I said, I recommend running it on a CoCo 3 because it's a little jumpy on a CoCo 1. Well, in X-Roar emulating a CoCo 1 or 2. it's a little jumpy. CoCo 3, it's a little bit more smoother. So, and that will be our game for the next 2 weeks. And hopefully, Ken will come back and realize that choosing me to do this is not a good idea. And he'll choose the games before he leaves. But I think he does this on purpose because he doesn't know what to choose. So he just says, "Hey, you do it."
I'm gonna go to Disneyland.
Yeah. So we'll be playing Bootskell for another week, and we will be playing Crystal Revenge for the next 2 weeks.
So thinking ahead, we got one more full week, and then we got CoCo Fest.
Yeah.
So are we going to be coming up? How are we going to do that? You going to do a game on the 2nd?
That is a Ken problem.
Oh, okay.
He says, personally, I am not.
And I am not Ken.
Because at some point you're hitting the road right about then, aren't you?
I hit the road on the Thursday, like May 2nd, I'll be on the road.
Yeah, I would say we're not doing one on the 2nd of May.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, we will not be having a show during CoCo Fest.
Well, we
although-
could.
Well, you're going to be streaming with your phone.
Well, on May 2nd, we could still have the game on challenge. That's why we have an intern.
Yeah, we can do
Oh,
an
right.
alternate host. Yes.
Yeah.
So okay. But CoCo Fest show itself, no, we won't have on the on that Saturday.
Well, you will because you'll be streaming with your phone.
I'll be streaming with my phone.
Yeah, you're going to walk around and with your hand up and with your phone going all day and all night. So therefore, everybody can experience CoCo Fest while also doing the auction too.
Oh yeah.
Good Lord, Mark B is doing everything.
Yeah, he's the everything man.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to be bringing all my tools and stuff this time around.
All your
Fair
what
enough.
stuff?
All my tools.
I guess I'm gonna have to make sure I bring mine.
Yeah, there won't be that many people fixing stuff this year. Then I think there's only going to be you and Mark.
Which Mark?
Cloud9.
Oh, Marlette.
Well, isn't Lobrieski going to be there?
Yes, but he's selling his stuff, so he's not going to be fixing stuff.
Okay.
As far as I know.
All right.
Did they ever find his luggage?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
Only one of them.
Yeah, I don't think they found it all because I think he's still missing stuff.
It's still floating around in an alternate dimension somewhere.
Right. It'll show up one CoCo Fest 10 years from now.
We don't know what happened. It just it got put into the luggage facility, and you don't want to go into that Gordian knot of multidimensional madness there.
No.
About 20 years ago, 25 years ago, somewhere between 20 and 25 years ago, I signed up for a temporary job listing as just some extra money. And basically what they were doing was they were testing different scanners for airports. This was being done by the FAA when I lived in New Jersey. And they would have us go through these different scanners that they were trying to decide which one to buy. And every once in a while, one of us would have to wear this, it looked like Play-Doh wrapped in plastic to see if the scanner would show it. Well, in this building, they would have us carry bags and such. And where these bags came from were quote unquote lost luggage.
Oh, okay.
There was all kinds of really cool stuff in there. I mean, there was
Lost
even
and not claimed.
Yeah, there was even a skateboard. So I think I know where in New Jersey his stuff might be.
They're putting fake C4 in it and giving it to people to pass through the air.
Yeah. When they do testing and such, they use like, I mean, there was this really heavy bag that was on wheels, and this one person had to pull it along behind them, and it was like, and there was like 30 of us they could choose from. And they picked this woman who's like maybe 5 foot, 90 pounds dripping wet to pull to pull it. It was more of a wardrobe on wheels, because I mean, literally, she could fit inside of it
Right.
with her twin sister. It was so large. But yeah, I think that's where his luggage went, and there was several places around the U.S. for the FAA for doing these kind of things, and I think maybe we should start going into those places and start getting people's stuff and getting it back to them, because some of them actually had tags on them with names and addresses, which is kind of ridiculous. How can it be lost if they know who it belongs to?
Mm-hmm. That's why people keep putting air tags in their luggage now.
Yeah.
Don't know if it helps, but
yeah, going up to the gate at an airport. Excuse me, I want my bag. Well, you have to go through it. Well, it says it's right there in that building. I want it now. I think that'll work very well. So.
All right. So we done with the show for today?
Sure.
I think we stumbled to the end of it. Yeah.
Here, where's the show?
The fork.
Let me
Has a
stick
fork
this in it.
We'll travel.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Technicolor computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
okay, that's about it for today.
Cool.
So,
Goodbye, everybody.
bye.
Bye, everybody.
2 weeks to CoCo Fest.